Pat, do you want to do roll call, please?
Ellen Anderson.
Here.
Scott Hardeman. Here. Monica Haskell.
Here.
Mary Kay Jacobson.
Here.
Greg Jones.
Here.
Michael Plank.
Here.
Isaac Zerker.
Here.
Mr. President, we have 7 board members present, therefore we do have a quorum.
Okay. I need a motion to approve the minutes from January 22nd.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Would you please stand with me and recite the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Some of you who have been here or not been here in a while for a board meeting, what we do here is we take a little time here at the beginning to ask members who have any questions. We're not going to get into question and answer at this point, but any questions that you might have on the agenda items so that we can make sure that we either address them or tell you how we're going to get the answers to you as we get to them. So are there any member questions? You're going to have to come, because we have so many here, we're going to ask you to please come up, sit, speak into the microphone, give your name and your address, please.
Greg, 3-minute.
Yeah, and we still have a 3-minute rule here.
Greg, before we go into that, in the rules of engagement, are there any items on this agenda?
They can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
It's on. You just have to get closer to it.
All right.
Okay. Greg, this is not a question. The engagement that you just mentioned, can you please explain what items on this agenda will we be allowed to ask questions on after
As
the
we get to 'em.
presentation?
The ones that we will do that for sure, are certainly the when we talk about the sewer policy. We will also do it at the racket sports, the extension of the racket sports. And let's see. We probably will do it at the staffing study as well. So the ones where we have presentations in general, Tom, that's where we'll allow you to break with it and ask questions. Okay? State your name and your question.
Jerry Miller, 185 Berkshire Loop. My question, probably a stupid question, but is the RC expansion presentation still on the agenda or has it been tabled?
The which one?
The racquetball?
Yes, it's on the agenda.
Still on the agenda?
Yes.
Then I have a statement to read, all right?
Well, we're not taking statements now. We'll let you talk at the end. That's where statements come. We're just trying to see if there's any questions that you have about what's on the agenda.
All right, fair enough, thank you.
Good morning. My name's Lisa Brodhagen. I live at 204 Kingsdown Drive, and I actually had a couple questions that I could like to address to Isaac, if that's okay.
Well, we're not doing individual, they're only strictly on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
It's about the sewer policy.
Well, what is your question?
Okay. I wanted to know what the thoughts were on, his thoughts were on the sewer policy, since he's a new board member and hasn't been through this
Well,
before.
those kind of questions, we're going to give you an opportunity when we talk about the sewer
Okay.
policy to ask questions. Those are probably more appropriate to talk about then.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
because
why
you'll
I
see a
was-
presentation that the board has getting into that, and then you can ask questions after that, okay?
Okay, and do I ask the questions from back there? This
No,
is my
you'll come
first-
back up just like here.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining it.
All righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Susan Taylor, 145 Meadowview. When you do the financial statements, can you go into depth about how Stonehenge Grill lost $175,000 in 1 month? Will that be addressed?
Okay, we'll talk about that when we get there.
Okay.
So you got that? All right.
Ted Landers, 22 Amesbury Court. Have some questions about the Racket expansion. At the November budget presentation, the 26 budget showed that there was only 500,000 for the Racket in it, and it was under consideration.
We're going to cover all of that in the presentation,
Okay,
okay? And you can certainly ask questions after the presentation
all right.
while we're on
I
the
also
topic.
would like to know how 2 cars for a total of $252,000 were both approved on Christmas Day. Well, look at your sheet, your financial sheet.
Okay,
Nobody does anything on Christmas Day.
all right. Any other questions?
Beth Jones, Hickory Ridge Lane. Will I have an opportunity to say something about when the fence policy is brought up?
Well, ask your question now, and then you can make comments at the end of the meeting.
Okay, one of the questions is, evergreens, what is the definition of those? Tiffany gave me one, but I don't think it's broad enough in here, because if evergreens, that could be a very subjective thing for the committee if they're not defined. The other question I had that was sort of answered is, how many people have actually complained about seeing fences from the street? And also seen from the street, does that mean parallel to the street or anything else? For example, a corner lot, I have a neighbor that has one, you can see his entire fence. Will they be required to put, if you pass this, will they be required to put evergreens all around the fence? Because you can see the whole fence. I have no problem seeing a fence from the street, and the proposal is the same one that was brought up a year ago, which I didn't like, and I don't like this one either.
Okay? Any other questions on the agenda? Come on up, please.
Dick Osman, Chestnut Ridge Lane. It's just about your comment section on the website.
I'm sorry.
It's about the comment section on your website when you ask to take comments. You should at least acknowledge that you received the comments, because once you push send, you have no idea if you guys received it or not.
Okay.
I don't think it'd take much to acknowledge it, because you asked for email address to acknowledge that you received it. Thanks.
All right.
Did you repeat what he said?
Yes, he asked about the comment section on the website, that when you make a comment, would he at least get an acknowledgement that the comment was received? Okay?
Thank you, sir. My name's Pat Brazier. I live off of Pomeroy. I know that you're going to talk about the sewer. I know that you're going to talk about the sewer policy today. I'm Pat Brazier. I live on Pomeroy. My concern about the sewer, we had a sewer line go through last fall, and when they did it, when they dig the sewer and they put the pipe in, they didn't put enough dirt back in, so our whole road has little ditches everywhere the postman has been or everywhere. It's rained heavy, so our road, the road wasn't really torn up, it was just our yards that are in front of the yard, and I appreciate that being added to how they do the sewers.
Well, what I would suggest with that one, because that's a very specific one, and we're not going to be talking about specifics like that in the sewer policy, because we're talking about the policy implications. Please get a hold of our waste treatment and sewer division and make sure they're aware of your issue, okay?
We've talked to them.
Okay, all right. Then, Bill, would you follow up?
Our road is still the same. Drive down it, please.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your address?
It's all of Pomeroy Drive. It's not just my home.
Okay.
It's the whole street.
All right.
Tom Ratcliffe, 157 Devonshire Drive. Greg, first of all, I sent you a list of 10 questions prior to the meeting. Want to acknowledge that, A, you have them and they're going to be addressed at this meeting?
I don't know that all of them will be, because some of them are going to have to take fair, but you're going to hear a fair amount of them.
With most of them, okay. Just as for those in the audience, and then a question for the board. So Greg, the board president has the ability to set reasonable rules for members to follow at meetings like this. And you've set them with this 3-minute rule and so forth. The key in that, and the research I've done, the key is reasonable. And I go back to, you make us ask questions on the agenda. Up until this meeting, you don't tell us what we can ask questions, what we can ask questions of as the meeting progresses. And how are we supposed to ask a question on the agenda when we have things like, and I'll give you an example, General Manager's report, Bill Ward. I have no idea what the heck he's going to talk about. So how can I ask a question? So I'm asking from a board perspective, maybe our attorney's perspective, and he can give us a legal opinion maybe from his firm. What's reasonable?
Okay. Any other questions about the agenda? Come on up, please.
Dan Geib, Doyle Court. I have a question just for clarification on old business today. Which items will be voted on today?
Right now, I believe you'll see, well, there's a lot of items that will be voted on, but I think the ones you're asking about are the ones that are being discussed on policy and that.
Correct.
Right now, all of them.
They'll all be voted.
Not the fence policy.
Not the fence
Not the
policy.
fence policy.
Not the fence policy, yeah, that's right.
Okay, because I've been getting different answers on
And the-
that fence policy.
And the
Okay.
cars also.
Yeah, all the cars, all the.
All the cars will be voted on? Okay. Okay, a question on a car for that jetback truck. Didn't we just buy one like a couple of years ago?
No, we didn't, but we're going to have a presentation on that, and we'll go through it, and if the question isn't answered, please ask it at the end, because that will be addressed
A
then.
used one was purchased in 2017.
Yeah, 2017.
And it was used. It was 9 years old at the time of its purchase, I believe. It was purchased out of Chicago.
That's the one that broke down before it got here? And then
That I
thought
wasn't
they
here.
s-
I haven't been
Did they
advised.
not change that larger one for a smaller one since then?
Well, let's wait until the presenter
Okay.
comes up
Well,
here, because
as
he's
long as
going
we can
through all
ask
of
those things before you vote on it, right?
it. Right.
Okay. I want to address a comment that was made about not knowing certain things. I think that's one of the things we lost when you got rid of the workshops meetings, okay? We don't get that heads up. And actually, one of our board members ran on having those workshops and being more transparent. At first blush, it seemed like a good idea, seemed redundant, things like that, right? But I think now some things are starting to come to light where we're missing some of that, I think. So perhaps we need to revisit that and reinstate that workshop meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other on the agenda? Okay, hearing none. Mayor Foster.
Can you hear me? All right. If there's one thing I know out here, grab the microphone and use it, right? Or you'll get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm going to use this mic. I was excited when I saw everybody here, and then they told me it wasn't about me, it was about sewer. So I guess that's okay. I will keep it brief. I know you've got a lot of serious things to discuss today. Just a couple of reminders and a thank you. I wanted to thank the Fairfield Fire Department. What a great program they put on yesterday with the wildfire awareness town hall. Everybody that was involved in that, I got to come out here for part of that. They did a fabulous job. If you have, hopefully you've not had to see our emergency services, Fairfield and the county as a whole and the state in action, but you would be proud if you saw what actually goes on, the planning and everything that's involved there. So good job to the Fairfield Fire Department on that. Only other thing I have is just a reminder about the courthouse. If you're doing business, we are moved around now. The front doors from Main Street and the front and side doors on Main Street's the only entrances now. We have the register of deeds up front, so if you do a property transaction or anything like that, you go there. You still pay your taxes across the road at the Milo Limerick building, and the clerk is staying in the bank building that's across from the health department a little further up the road there. But don't really have anything else to go over right now, but I'm happy to take any questions if you have any, or if not, you can see me after. You've got my email, alanfoster.com, all that, to get in touch with me. Yeah.
You come up here, please, so everybody can hear you.
She asked about the YMCA. That is a City of Crossville project. The county's not directly involved with it, but it's going up. I think it was around well, I hesitate to say how much since they're doing it and the county's not. It's really looks like it's moving fast from that perspective. I know that the city plans to build it, and then the YMCA will run it and operate it. I don't have a time frame on that.
Any other
Anybody else?
questions for Mayor Foster?
All right, you can ask me.
No, we've always allowed questions of the mayor and the commissioners.
And a lot of y'all know me. You know my door's open. Come see me if you have anything. But you can also do my newsletter and all that. And I do respond. I'll be back with you. Yes, ma'am. No, that was mostly at the federal level, but if you have a problem with that, reach out to my office, and I have contacts, we have contacts with the federal people, and we can put you directly into contact with somebody that can help you on it. And that was about an employment issue. If you have anything with unemployment issues and things like that, we do have a way to get you to the right resource. Yes. That's a sneaky question. She asked if they're still planning the shopping complex across from Buc-ee's. Let me think of how I can answer this legally. There is a lot of interest across from Buc-ee's. There's absolutely a lot of interest, and if everything goes as planned, you'll hear a lot more about opportunities in the community, probably in March, maybe April. I can't really say any more than that, but how about this? Or and this. I'll give you a thumbs up and a fingers crossed. We'll see how that goes. Which finger? Well, that one's involved, but it's crossed, so it's a hopeful thing. Yeah. Anybody else? All right. Thanks. Appreciate y'all.
Any other questions for Mayor Foster? If not, we do want to recognize, I know Joe Sherrill is here, one of our commissioners. I don't know, is Colleen here? Yeah, I think she's out of town still. Joe, I think you have something you want to talk about? Okay. All right. Well, we always appreciate our commissioners coming, so thanks a lot for that. We have a couple updates. One other thing I would add to the question you asked of Mayor Foster about the YMCA. There are no funds from Fairfield Glade that go into that building. It's a city project, and what Alan said was absolutely right. So there's none of our tax dollars or anything like that going in there. All right? Strictly the city of Crossville. All right. We have one of the board members from Voluntary Electric Co-op, and that's Phil Smith. He's one of our residents. Right. Phil, you want to come up and give us an update on VEC? I know you're here. This will be another one. If you have questions for Phil afterwards, you can ask him.
Did you clear that for me? Hey, thank you.
You're going to have to speak
yes,
into the mic there a little bit better.
Alan just shoved it in there so hard that I can't get it out. All right. Is this better? Okay. First thing I want to say is I hope you did not show up because of the rate increase. Because I will talk about that. But that's part of the good news, I think. But what I want to do here briefly this morning, though, is to Just to give you a quick update on what's going on with Volunteer Energy Co-op and talk about the future a little bit and some things that we have in mind. First of all, in terms of the co-op, some things that you probably don't know is that we are the oldest co-op in the state of Tennessee. Geographically, we are the largest co-op in Tennessee, and we're the second largest by membership with 135,000 members. We serve a 17-county area. All are parts of 17 counties. A lot of that terrain is pretty rough. A lot of it's areas that no one else will go into, and that's one of the reasons why the co-op was formed, so that people that needed access to electricity could get it. That's part of our culture. That's part of the culture of Tennessee, and we're very proud of that. We also are proud of the business model of a co-op. When it comes to electricity and getting power, there's three basic models. One of them is to have an investor-owned utility. One of them is a municipal-owned utility. And the third is a co-op. With a co-op, it's member-owned and it's member-controlled. As a result, your costs are usually lower. We like to think our services are more responsive, and we certainly don't get distracted by other things. Our pure sole mission is to provide power to our members. We don't do anything else. So with that, one other point I need to make is that in Tennessee, many of you probably are not from here like me. I moved here. I've never been in a co-op, but I've always known about the Tennessee Valley Authority. That's one of the things that we studied in history. It was part of the the New Deal programs that started and had a lot to do with the development of this area. As a result, TVA is the main and only all of the utilities in Tennessee, all electric utilities, get their power through TVA. So we are not, VC is not regulated by the state. We're not under the Public Utilities Commission, but we are regulated by TVA. We have agreements with TVA that we have to honor, and we negotiate those. Now, I think as far as our culture goes, we're really committed to three things: reliability, affordability, and accessibility. Accessibility is part of our history, and we don't need to talk about that. That's obvious. Affordability, I think you will find that it's a common characteristic. When you move here, one of the things that you observe is that your utility rates, your electric rates, are lower than probably where you came from. And that's always been an issue. And then reliability. During these recent storms, all of this has been extremely important. Want to know that when you need that power, it's going to be there. And that's been our main focus. Recently, we had 2 outages, one because of the storm and one because of some repairs that were made. In terms of the storm, it was severe. Nashville got hit really hard. That part of Tennessee got hit really hard. We were lucky, but we were prepared for it. Our people were training for it. We were inventorying all of our supplies and equipment, making sure that that was ready to go. And we have agreements with other co-ops in the region that in an emergency, they will come in and help us restore our. We had Georgia co-ops ready to come in. We had contractors ready to come in. We had rooms for crew members. Fortunately, we didn't need any of that. Totally system-wide, there were 13,000 outages. In Cumberland County, there were about 5,500. Every one of those outages was restored within 24 hours. Our linemen are out there working around the clock, making sure that they could bring it back up. The biggest problem during the storm is trees. And one of the things that we committed to over the past 2 years is the right-of-way clearance. You'll notice here in Fairfield Glade, all summer long, there are crews out there trimming back in the right-of-ways. They aren't very sightly sometimes, but it's functionally, it's going to keep those trees from bringing down power lines. And that's what happens. Our biggest problem in Cumberland County were damages that were done in Crab Orchard, Ozone, those areas. Here, we were pretty fortunate in doing that. But that's part of our commitment that we're going to maintain those right-of-ways. The other thing I want to mention to you is that you've received in your latest billing that there will be a rate increase, and that's there's a base monthly charge that's goes to every member, and that's going to go from $20 to $23 a month, and that includes payment for all the upgrades, the maintenance, all those things that are really essential for us to provide a reliable system. Inflation has hit us very hard. Transmitters. 6 years ago, you could buy for $500,000. Now they're $1.5 million. So it's things like that that we're fighting. But we've accounted for that, and we'll continue to build into that. So there will be a modest increase there. And we're committed to do that because we have to maintain that reliability. We want you to know that when you need that electricity, it's going to be there. And if it's not there, all hands on deck to bring it back as quickly and as safely as we possibly can. So with that, one final thing I'll mention. Many of you downloaded the Smart Hub application. That's a good thing. If you haven't done it, download it. A tremendous amount of information about BC is available on that. And you could even sit here today and pay your bill on it if you wanted to. But so that's part of it. There's also what we call a leveling program. So if you have a shock electric bill, you can level that out over a 12-month period to help mitigate some of the costs. And then there's also a program called Project Deserve. And for individuals who need special assistance, we do have provisions that you can apply for that. There's a place where on your bill where as a member, you can donate to that, and then that money then is shared with individuals who apply for assistance. So with that, just one final comment, and I've talked to you about this, is at some point, I would really like to have BC participate in a town hall meeting. There is so much going on in the energy sector. You read about what's going on with TVA, what's going on with Kingston, all those things. Opportunity for us just to be aware of what's happening, how it looks. It's very interesting, I think very informative, so we'd like to have the opportunity to participate with you in that in the future. So with that, thank you very much.
Just to Phil's point, we're going to try to get a meeting together, not only with VEC, but also the Cumberland Water Authority, so that you can hear both what's going on with both of them, okay?
Nico Sergio, 62 Brumma Lane. There's a proposal right now to put in solar panels on 1,600 acres within the county. Is that electrical current going to stay here? And how will that help our utility bill, our electric bills?
It's a good question. First of all, we don't have anything to do with that. We're not. It's a project that is involved Middle Tennessee Electric over Murfreesboro is doing with TVA. That electricity that will be generated or through the solar farms, that will go to Middle Tennessee. It will go up into the grid, so it will contribute to the overall generation of electricity, but it's not involving us. We weren't asked about it. We found out about it like everybody else did, but that's, and I won't go any further than that. I have some pretty strong opinions on that. I'll talk to you about it later. but anyway, no, it's not ours, Nico.
Ted Landers, 22 Amesbury Court. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, you did a major upgrade over at the substation over on Peavine and Catoosa. Can you tell us what it is that you actually did over there?
Thanks. What we did was that we placed a transformer that each substation has 2 transformers. One of them is active, one is inactive, so there's always a backup to it. One of them that we took out of there was moved to another location, and we're getting ready to bring in a new one into this one. So there will be another outage down the road. We had to turn it off that day because you know, for those of you that are engineers, I apologize. I was a sociology major, so I have to wing it, you know. But there's what they call a strike wire that goes across there, and that's protect you from lightning currents. They had to remove that before they could take the transformer out of there, and that's why they had to cut off the electricity. And it was off for 17 minutes. And it was planned outage, had nothing to do with the storm. And there will be another one at some point when they bring a new transformer into that. Those substations, by the way, I believe it was 6 years ago, you could build a substation for 1.5 million. Now it's over 5 million.
Do you have any installation programs for seniors? You know, you go on the phone and you see all these deals the government has for seniors. Does TVA have anything for us seniors?
They have a program. I don't know that, but if you contact our VC office in Crossville, there's people there that can help you and guide you to the right place. You know, so just call the Crossville office. But there used to be TVA programs. I don't think they're as existent like they are anymore. But that's going to the Crossville office would be the best way to get an accurate answer to that. I'm sorry. Anything else? I know you got a lot to.
Dan, please speak in there because people streaming can't hear you.
Okay, first of all, kudos to them for the small outage. They, I think, touted like an hour, and it was I think it was about 18 minutes, 17 minutes. On that property there, when they were doing that work, there was 2 bulk tankers there. Is that to remove oil or what?
Yeah, they have liquid in them. So in order to take them out, you got to empty out the liquid, and that's what that's for. It's a safety measure, so no, beyond that, I can't help you. That's.
I called on Project Deserve recently. If you don't know what it is, it's on. I'm not close enough. Okay. If you don't know what it is, they will give 100.
Name and address, please.
Project Deserve, he mentioned very briefly. Oh, my name. I'm sorry, Lonnie Monahan, Weldon Ridge. Project Deserve will give $100 to a needy person once a year if they can't do their energy bill for a specific reason. If you haven't signed up for it, it's $1 a month. When I called recently, they're out of funds. So reach out, give $1 a month to your neighbors if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. The other thing is that the Roundup program on your bill, if you don't participate in that, I'd encourage you to do so. It rounds it up to the nearest dollar. That money goes into a share fund, and then month that's distributed nonprofits, a lot of food banks, places like that, get that money every month, and it's a great way to help out. I know you get inundated with that stuff. Please think about that.
Sonny DeLeo, 55 Eagle Court. You mentioned a modest increase in the rate was due to inflation, a big impact on that. Well, now that inflation is down, lowest in 5 years, can we expect a modest decrease when it comes around? Because I know prices tend to go up and never come back down. And if you're citing inflation and now it's on the big decline, well, can we expect a decrease?
That's not a good question. Well, okay, the reality of it is costs are going to increase. The new technology is coming in, ways to make it more efficient, more productive are always going to be there. Our goal is to try to manage those costs the best way we possibly can. And I will tell you this, we do a much better job of it than any municipal utility does, and we do a much better job than any investor-owned utility. Our motive is you. It's what the members need, what they need, what's the best way we can provide that. We don't share profits with anybody, and we don't divert money that comes in through rates to be used for other things. No dividends, no tree canopies. Oh well, I don't want to go there. All right, but no, we will make every effort to control the cost. And we went several years without that rate increase, and as a result, a lot of investments were not made in the network that should have been made. If you've noticed in the last year or so, there have not been as many of the blinky blinks, the outages, and that's because of the upgrades that we're making in the system. Every time there's an outage, we know where it's at. If the equipment needs to be replaced, we will go there and we'll replace it. We will not defer that. And so that over time, that builds a much better, safer network for you. I'm probably out of time.
Any other last questions here? Okay, if not, we got John Wedgeworth, who's the chairperson of the Planning Commission. He's going to talk about the safety program, the roads program. Just hand it over to him, Phil. I know you don't want to give it up.
I love it.
Thanks, Phil. Good morning. My name is John Wedgeworth, and I'm the chairperson of the Cumberland County Regional Planning Commission. I'm here to talk about road safety in just a minute, but first, walking in, had several people ask the question, what does the Planning Commission do? So I'm going to take just a couple of minutes to explain what the Cumberland County Regional Planning Commission does. We're responsible for any new subdivision, platting of subdivisions less than 5 acres in the county. When we plat a property, we make sure they meet all the subdivision regulations. There's 56 pages of those regulations. That's on the website, the Cumberland County Regional Planning Commission. You could Google that and it'll pop right up. And we have to make sure that the new... I'm not talking about that right now. When I get to that point, I'll move to the side where you can see it. Well, that's...
We'll see.
I'm sorry, well, I can't see anything, so tell me what's the problem, Ted?
Well, it's not going to help people way in the back. Let's go let John continue.
Yeah, thanks. And we are also responsible for adding new roads to the county road list. You can go online and look at the 2026 official county road list. When something comes to us before a road to add it to it, it has to meet the subdivision regulations. And if it's an existing road, it still has to meet the regulations outlined in that documents. So that's one big part of our job there at the commission level. We also have to make sure that the water lines are in place, fire hydrants are in place, so it's all encompassing. Now, when I say Cumberland County, we don't deal with the city of Crossville. They have their own. This is just Cumberland County. And last week at our meeting, we meet every third Thursday at the Chamber of Commerce office. Come visit one of our meetings and see what goes on. We had 19 staff reports regarding final plat approvals in Cumberland County, and 11 of those 19 involve Fairfield Glade. So most of the business that comes through that commission is involving Fairfield Glade because of our growth out here. So we have some really good policies in place to protect that growth. But again, if it's on a new road, it still has to meet the subdivision regulations. If it's an existing road, there's 8 pages of guidelines that they have to meet to do that on adding a road to the county road list. Also, I would suggest you go online and look at the county road list. One thing you'll see this year has been greatly improved. It's additional information on there. Sorry, I just brought one copy, but you can go online and look at it, and it tells you the right-of-way, the type. Now, the county uses the word tar and chip. Fairfield Glade uses chip and seal. It's the same thing, just different wording. And it talks about the mileage, how long the road is, and also the speed limit on that. So that's good information out there on that. So that's just a quick overview of the Cumberland County Regional Planning Commission, what we do in Cumberland County to protect Cumberland County as we continue to grow. One of the other points that I'd like to thank Joe Sherrill, Commissioner Joe Sherrill, and Stanley Hall is here, the road superintendent. Joe was able to get a grant for us to study road safety. Now, this is road safety. This is not to get your road paved or to get your road tar and chip. This is regarding safety. We'll go through this. I know it's hard to see, so I'll just kind of talk briefly about it. But for 2021 to 2025, in Cumberland County, there was 5,674 crashes. That can involve cars, trucks, agricultural equipment, but that's a total number. And inside that, unincorporated, which we are unincorporated, there was 3,493 crashes. That's what we're worried about. So this part of this grant is going to study what caused these accidents. You also can see down here, it's very hard to see it, several of those accidents occurred on the interstate, which is out of our concern. We're worried about Cumberland County secondary roads. Here's a good one to see it here. Unincorporated, 62% of it happened out in the unincorporated area. So they're going to identify where those 62% happened out in the county. And I think there's one more. Here it talks about the fatal crashes that happened. Thank goodness there's not that many. 16 of 38 over 5 years, and several of those were because of the interstate, not local roads. And they go through, they list injuries, suspected serious injury or property damage. So they're going to be looking at that. Some of you have already had the safety survey. I know I emailed my group, and there was a bunch in that. Had a good friend here that posted it on next door for us. So the community club, I believe Greg is going to send that out. Yeah, so we'll be sending that survey out. Please take the survey. It's less than 1 minute. It's 6 basic questions. It's very easy to do, but we need your feedback as we look at this. And Joe, I think we'll be able to get a grant after this to tackle some of these issues with road safety. Is that correct? Come up here, Joe. Yeah. Again, we owe Joe and Stanley a big thank you for taking this on.
So Stanley can address that a little bit more, but the first grant, the Safe Streets grant, I work with the Highway Department, and we did get that, which is what he's covering here, and it was for focusing on the safety aspects and what the user feedback is on those safety aspects. There was a second grant that Stanley can talk a little bit more about it if he gets a minute for it, but ultimately that second grant that Stanley's department got was like an $800,000 grant for essentially, I guess more or less driving around every single road in Cumberland County and taking pictures of the roadsides, the road condition, the road culverts and everything, so that we at the commission level and then at the federal and state level, he can go and find large sums of money to try to help fix everything. So he's in. Did you have anything you wanted to say about that?
I just, you know, I just want to be out here, commit to doing everything I can for the people in Fairfield, working with the road department out here, you know, to find every stink of money we can find. And so that, like that Joe said about that grant, John, you know, we applied for this thing for like 2.5 years, over 2 years ago for this thing, and finally, you know, seeing a little benefit from this. So hopefully this right here will benefit the county for safety for years to come. Now we're gonna have the data, you know, like he says, Joe, they're gonna asset the roads from 0 to 100 to see which ones is worst and best. And so I just want to tell everybody, you know, I appreciate Fairfield and all they do, and John and all he does, and thank y'all.
Thank you, Sam. Are there any questions regarding the Planning Commission and what we do? Good. Next.
Okay. You got off easy.
Thank you.
All right. We're into the President's report, there's a couple things I'd like to report on. I want to continue on the roads piece. Dan, I know you were one of the first people that talked about this, and Joe Fitzgerald was another one at our annual meeting, and then later on. We have been meeting since about the end of November, first part of December. We had to take a little break because of Christmas and all of that. But we've had commissioners there, we've had Stanley has been there, Monica's been there, our roads and maintenance department, Bill has been there, and we've been working through a number of the issues. Right now, I drew up a proposed process for Fairfield Glade, and we're going to get that group back together here. I'm going to be out of town next week, but probably shortly after that, we'll get them back together, go through that process. It'll be what we do out here in terms of working with each one of our members in terms of how you interact with both the highway department or the superintendent of roads department and our maintenance departments. We want to make it as simple as possible for you so that you can get your questions answered as quickly as you can and make sure you get to the right individual. So more to come on that, but we'll be meeting on that in the next couple of weeks to try to get that finalized, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Okay? Second thing is, ongoing, it seems to be a common theme. Wyndham still has not filed anything in terms of, I shouldn't say Wyndham, the HOA committees have not been active in terms of filing any bankruptcy petitions. So there's nothing new to report on that other than that they did pay their February dues. You should be aware of that. But there's not much for us to do because we can't do much until we find out what that bankruptcy petition looks like. I've been in communication with the attorney that we retained, who's a bankruptcy attorney, and Kenneth had recommended him, and Bill and I had talked to him. He's anxious what he can do, but there's not much he can do until he sees what the filings are. So they're going through this, it looks like, place by place, and we're down to the lower end of those places they're going to get to. So I can't give you even a timeline when that's going to happen. We keep hearing soon, but we've heard for the last probably what, Mark, about the last 6 weeks, every week. Yes. So I'm not even going to promise that anymore. So we'll see what happens, but as soon as it does, we'll make sure that people are aware of it, and we'll start working on what we need to do to protect Fairfield Glade. We're asking also for you to put on your calendars the Get Involved session that we're having here at the center in this building, March 17th from 3 o'clock to 5 p.m. If you want to get involved with all of our committees will be represented, other committees will be here. And this is a good opportunity for you as a member to interface with people, find out what our committees are about, find out what other activities they're here that you can get involved with. And I strongly urge you to come to that. It's always been a popular program, and especially new residents, we really encourage you to come because you'll be at one place you can get a pretty good flavor of all the different governance and special committees that we have here at Fairfield Glade. So again, March 17th, 3 o'clock to 5 p.m. St. Patrick's Day, for those of you that think easier on that one. Finally, I want to reiterate what Mayor Foster said. I want to thank the fire department for organizing, and I also want to thank our police department for participating. I know we had county, state, other people here yesterday for the fire management thing. I'm sorry we had a board workshop, so I couldn't attend. None of the people sitting around here could. But I've heard good things about it. I saw that there was good attendance. So thanks so much for putting that on, and I'll try to get a debrief from somebody about what went on, okay? With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason and MK for the treasurer's report.
Okay, for the month of January, sewer operations revenue was $243,592, which was favorable to the budget by $20,000. Expenses were $199,574, which were favorable to that budget by $2,000. And net surplus was $44,000 on a budget of $22,000, favorable $22,000 to the budget. Current cash in sewer operations, operating funds are $1,348,029, and capital are $4,106,827. For POA and amenities, the total revenue was $1,304,000, which was favorable to the budget by $73,000. Cost of sales was $72,000, favorable to the budget by $20,000. Expenses were $1.7 million, unfavorable to the budget by $14,000. Net subsidy was $470,000, favorable to the budget by $79,000. Current cash on hand in capital funds, $5,442,753. Operating, $3,687,361, and in reserve, $6,473,502. Jason is going to provide a presentation on what we are doing with the financial reports. We're going to be tweaking those over the next few months to make them a lot more understandable for you, the members. And the other thing is he will also do a presentation on the capital carryovers for the board to address.
Okay, I'm going to be brief. We thought it best to show the path to get to financials through the member website. So if you log into the member website, go to administration, financial information, and then go down or scroll down to the treasurer's report. You'll see January 2026, which is a change from our reporting that we did last year. We've gone back to the more simplified way of reporting in terms of the balance sheet. As you can see, it's a condensed balance sheet. We wanted to highlight the individual funds and balances. And then the second page is a more detailed income statement where we showed the current month and year-to-date. Being January, the numbers are the same, but we wanted to break it out to where you could see the current month, the variance, the budget, and as well as the amounts from last year. Those are really the only two big changes that we have right now for the financials. And if anything else changes, we will bring it up in another presentation. For the capital carryovers, for 2026, these are numbers or monies that were allocated in 2025 that we need to bring over in 26, which will be voted on by the board. We had two major areas, which were major capital and regular capital. These numbers have been rounded for ease of presentation, but we have sewer at $200,000, the collection system. For the amenities, we had a center repurpose study that is also a land use study. And then the Druid Hills Clubhouse is ongoing construction. We have $10 million left to spend for 2026. On the regular capital in Stonehenge, we have $48,000 left over from renovations and updates from 25. For the marinas, we have flooring, countertops, and updates of $20,000. And for the golf course equipment, we have $87,000 left over from actually 24 and 25. This is equipment that's been ordered but has not been delivered. And that's all I have for the carryovers.
Do we need to vote on it? Do we need a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, I would like to make the motion to approve the carryovers from 2025 to 2026 for all major capital projects as reported by the CFO.
I second the motion.
Okay, I want to make one mention here because these are not the only carryovers that we'll deal with. There's another whole set of carryovers that we talked about in our workshop yesterday that need more research on them, and we hope to have that done for the March board meeting. Those are carryovers that are other than the large projects, so that one's going to be coming. So is there any other comments here from the board on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I have a second motion.
All right.
I move we approve the carryover from 2025 to 2026 for all regular capital funds.
I thought that's the one we put down.
No, I did major projects first.
I know, but I don't think we were going to vote on that one today.
Well, we reported on it.
I know you reported, but we still have a conversation.
It's regular.
Oh, regular capital. Okay, all right. Okay. We have a motion to approve the regular capital carryovers.
I second that.
Is there a question or comment from board members? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. we now have Bill Ward with the General Manager's report.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Want to give a quick update on the Druid project, Druid Hills Clubhouse. I'll show, as soon as I'm finished, we'll do a drone video that'll show you where the current progress is on the site. Apologize for those in the back. Obviously, we have a big group today, but this is available on the website, and we'll always continue to post new drone footage and updates on what's happening with this, so you can see the progress that's being made. So the what's called the dry-in process is beginning. The windows have been installed, which is exciting. So the building can now will be enveloped and beginning extensive work on the interiors. A lot of the framing is going in on the steel columns on the interior. The bar work is being framed as we speak. It's almost completed now. You will be seeing, they're also working on the cement wall, the pour-ins for the service retention wall for the service drive. That's pretty much completed now. You'll start to see the roofers we'll be seeing standing seam roof starting to be installed. If not this week, I believe it starts next week. So a lot of exciting process going on. The trusses on the back are installed as well for the overhang for the back deck. So if we could, we'll go ahead and roll the footage. So this is the front entrance area to the clubhouse here. This is the bathroom area. Those windows will be you will not see through windows. So those are strictly architectural. That's the service entrance right here, going into the basement area, excuse me, right here, where all of our golf carts, this is not the golf cart entrance, but a lot of our food and beverage deliveries and other deliveries for the pro shop come in through there. Swinging around to the back now, where you will have your fire pit, all of your outdoor seating. This is the trusses areas I was referencing for your outdoor seating overhang. This is the turn for the golfers making the turn before or after a round. Entrance into the golf shop on both sides. So as you pull up, there's multiple areas to enter. This is the access into the underground cart storage for the staffs, bringing up the carts and returning them at the end of the rounds. So as you can see, we've really, the building is taking a lot of shape. I'm pleased to say it's still progressing on schedule and on budget. So all good news so far. And I want to thank Shannon and John Blankenship for their great work in putting these drones together for us. And should have highlighted Shannon walking by in her yellow hard hat, but maybe next time. So next thing I wanted to cover, the EMS station is underway as well. We did have a bit of a unforeseen setback. It's minor. The architect, based on recent projects he had similar to our EMS, had advised us that the project did not require a review by the state fire marshal. But in the words of Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend, said the state fire marshal. And they did ask to cease on the project to review, but they've been very cooperative. They were allowed the general contract to go ahead and get the inspection on the foundation and some of the plumbing installed. We then, during that delay, Mother Nature's blessed us. Sometimes bad weather is a good thing. They wouldn't have been able to work anyway due to the weather impact we had. And during that period, they did go ahead and approve just last week that the shell of the building can start to go up. There is still some minor restrictions on the site area around it, but the shell has been permitted for. So you'll start to see walls going up here shortly. There's already been a lot of activity this week with gravel foundation going in around the perimeter. So that should be wrapped up in the next week or two, but it is not in conversations with the general contractor. Both that review process as well as the weather is not contributing any material delays nor are we aware of any material cost impact on the project. But just wanted to share that with you so you understand what happened with that. So with that, I wanted to mention on the food and beverage front, we do have, by the way, there was a request from some members last year for the return of the dashboard for food and beverage. That is part of the financial reporting that we're doing for you. So you will have that information for those of you that find it helpful. Jason is going to speak to the question regarding Stonehenge.
I could do it now if you like.
Yeah, let's go ahead as part of food and beverage update.
So the question, I believe, was how did Stonehenge lose 147,000 for the month? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. So we had a budgeted loss of 90,000 for the month. The variance was 57,000 from that budgeted loss. 46,000 of that 57,000 was payroll and related, and 30,000 of that 46,000 was for transition from Bobby Jones Links back to Fairfield Glade.
Yeah, that occurred January 19th in advance of the end of the agreement with Bobby Jones Links. They agreed to allow the transition of employees to happen. I had originally requested it to be January 1 to coincide with our fiscal year, but wasn't able to for a number of reasons on their end and so forth. But we did have that transition, so there was accruals and as well as payoff for the food and beverage director through the end of their agreement, which was February 21st.
We did meet budget guidelines for revenue and cost of goods sold. Payroll was our biggest variance in that Stonehenge Grill.
All right, thank you. So the food and beverage, the agreement with Bobby Jones Links ended as of February 21st, this past Saturday. So I also wanted to mention, as an email blast that went out, our new executive chef, David Worley, will be reporting next week. I got confirmation. He got out of Booth Bay Harbor, Maine as of yesterday. And it was quite a whiteout they experienced up there, and he is very happy to have crossed the Tennessee border as of early this morning and is currently located in Bristol. He has he had a prior home residence there he was a longtime chef for 10 years at Roaring Gap Country Club in Western North Carolina. And anyway, so he will be reporting here starting next week, and we look forward to his creative inputs and working together with our Director of Food and Beverage Operations, Greg Smith. So we're real excited about the future, and there'll be a lot of updates coming up about that and exciting things we'll be doing and offering as part of the transition to Fairfield Glade. So we'll stay posted, and we'll keep you updated on all of that. Thank you very much. Oh, no. Tom, you had mentioned earlier you had submitted some questions to the club president prior to the meeting. I believe 2 of those were directed to me relative to staffing. One question you had in regards to any new positions that were added in 2026. There were no new positions added in 2026. You also asked about current openings. I limited my response to full-time only because it could get a lot comes and goes with seasonal and part-times. Current full-time positions that are open, we have 2 facility maintenance positions. The rest are all in food and beverage. 3 line cooks, 4 hosts, 3 food runners, a bartender, and 3 servers. So if any of you are interested, see HR. We are recruiting in those areas, and that's it for the current openings. All right? Thank you very much.
Questions are at the end, Nico.
Questions are at the end.
Yeah, we'll get to your question at the end, Nico. We're not taking the questions now.
We hired a
Nico,
consultant to
please.
oversee the
Please
construction
follow
of the
the
Druid
rules.
Hills complex, and I believe it was
Please
around
follow the
900,000. Are you getting valid response from them, and is that a valuable contract?
Nico, please follow the rules, and let's not answer that question now.
Tom, you had 2 questions for me. One has been emailed to you, and the other one will be answered in a presentation for the Racket Center expansion.
Okay. I want to go back to the president's report. There was one other thing I wanted to mention that people should be aware of. Many of you, some of you, I don't know if you got this handout from the Committee for Member Awareness. You should be aware that this is not a sanctioned committee by Fairfield Glade Country Club. It is not supported or in any way, shape, or form associated with the board or anyone else. Everything you see here on this piece of paper is their comments. You've seen these when you saw them, okay? So just want to make sure people are aware. All right. Now let's go into the resort report. Mark.
Thank you. Greg has kind of gone over where we stand right now, but you know, there's a process involved in this. We started this back with the attorneys in December. There's 10 other properties that are closing down. I'm sure you're all aware of that. We are the largest property. So there's quite a bit of information going back to 1976 when Sterling Forest was first built. And some of the documents changed, not too much. They're pretty consistent. Actually, Joe Looney was very much involved in that. How I know that, I don't know. I was in grade school. So there's a process where they're gathering information on intervals, who owns what intervals, Club Wyndham owns, interval ownership, and then it goes plots, and a lot of information coming from us, digging through the archives. So now we're coming up on our first day of declaration. Did I say that right? Yeah. Okay. Which they need more information going in front of that. It means they're ready to go in front of the courts. So again, they're looking at fund balances. They did look at that in December, but it's taken them so long. Now we have to change it again because now you got to look at January and update the fund balances, type of ownership, how many owners, how many people are in foreclosure, and so on and so forth. So it's a pretty big adventure. It's going to take a while. We have a board up in our office. Is like we pick on dates and we bet on dates that they're going to file right now, so to keep ourselves going and keep ourselves normal. But that's where we're at, doing a lot of cleaning out. Hilco is the real estate company. They're in what they call a soft sell. They won't go into hard sell until after it's filed. We have had a handful of people interested in purchasing the property. Can't talk about that. They have a thing called a DNA. So even if you kill me, I can't tell you. But we have a team involved, what we call a skeleton crew, that's going to keep the grounds looking right. And making sure the buildings, you'll see them out there, they'll be power washing the buildings. We want this, it look good for the community. Not only so is looking good for the person who's going to prospect that's going to come in and look at the property and hopefully decide to purchase it. Again, as I always going, I pray to God that it goes as one piece to one person. It'll be the cleanest and easiest, and it'll be the best for the community, I feel. I'm sure you folks feel that way too. Don't know where it's going to end up. Again, it's just, that's my thought, is I'd like to see it go as one piece. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm always open. I'll tell you a quick story. I don't mean to take your time, but Nico walked up to me before the meeting started. He goes, who do I talk to about buying? I'm like, what? The property? He goes, no, a lot. I was like, Nico, I thought you were hiding some money there. So it's interesting. Gotta add humor to something, guys.
And I would remind everyone that the Wyndham-owned lots are not part of this bankruptcy filing. Strictly the HOAs and timeshares are the ones that are filed. So the lots that are owned, many of them are C lots, some Bs, and I don't think they have any As. Those are all not, that is not a part of it. So Wyndham has been paying their dues on that just like they have every year. Okay?
That's correct. And also, if you are interested in a lot, Mark Hyder at Fairfield Homes, he's the person taking care of that process for us. Go see Mark down there, and he'll be glad to help you out.
Okay. Moving on then, old business, revised fence policies. Isaac.
Okay, so we will not be voting on the fence policy today. The committee, the Architectural Control Committee, is planning to review all of the comments that were submitted on the fence policy at their next meeting, and then so we'll see this come back once they've reviewed all of the comments to the next meeting.
Okay. All right, so inventory property sales policy, MK.
With the inventory property sales policy, we received 2 comments. One was recommended verbiage just to clarify, and I made that change. Otherwise, there was no material change to the policy. Therefore, I move we approve the inventory property sales policy.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion at the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No?
You submit your comments ahead of time.
Yeah. Okay, revised amenity reserve fee policy.
The amenity reserve fee policy received a total of 10 comments, nothing really substantive. Most of them were just objecting to the policy and the verbiage that has been in the policy talking about creation of new amenities. Therefore, I move we accept the changes to the amenity reserve fee policy.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Any discussion at the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We're going to get into one that I think several people might be here for, the revised sewer policy. I'm going to make some comments at the end of the presentation about the questions and how we're going to handle those. So, but we'll have MK give the presentation first, okay? But hold your questions to the end, and we'll have an orderly process in which way you can make your comments.
Okay, before I begin, the Policy Review Committee wants the membership to know that the sewer policy changes were shared and discussed with the committee during one of their meetings, and that the board and the committee felt the policy was too far along in the process for them to engage in a review. The committee felt they should stay focused on their current task, which is updating the bylaws. Okay. Let's go back to basics as far as what our community is. It's 12,000 acres of platted and unplatted land. It's an unincorporated planned unit development with deed restrictions. It has a property owners association with quasi-municipal services and amenities. It has declarant control development, an elected board of directors government, GM and operations staff, administration, and management of day-to-day operations. Our sewer and wastewater treatment is the only independent sewer utility in the state of Tennessee. Guiding documents. These are the documents that serve as the basis for the governance of the community club. Amended and restated covenants and restrictions, amended and restated bylaws, declarant agreements, and FGCC policies. These documents are in order of precedence with the amended and restricted covenants and restrictions serving as the foundational document, similar to the U.S. Constitution and hierarchy of governing documents. All other documents gain their authority from the CNRs. These documents are all available to the membership and can be found on the member website under the Administration section, Governing Documents tab. The policies not related to your property are under the Policies tab, just under the Governing Documents tab, and the policies related to your property are under the Member Central tab and the tab listed as Policies. Guiding documents compliance. There are other documents that serve as overarching guidance for our governing documents. The Tennessee Code annotated, in other words, Tennessee laws, the rules and regulations from the various Tennessee state government agencies, Cumberland County resolutions, regulations, and rules as applicable, and John Wedgeworth alluded to the Planning Commission regulations. And the attorney, I'm sorry, our CNRs and the Attorney General's assurance of voluntary compliance from 2006. At that time, a group of property owners filed a complaint with Housing and Urban Development and the Tennessee AG on what they deemed were deceptive sales practices, the sales of lots with the promise of infrastructure based on a uniform assessment for all properties. As a resolution to that complaint, the AG directed the club to develop the lot tier classification system and graduate the assessments based on available infrastructure. He also directed that the declarant and the club work cooperatively in continuing the development of Fairfield Glade. So why did we make the changes? To explain the proposed changes to the sewer policy as they relate to the CNRs and the Tennessee AG's assurance of voluntary compliance. It's to bring the sewer policy into compliance with the CNRs and the AVC. To more clearly explain sewer extensions in the context of the Community Club Sewer Extension Master Plan, and as directed by the Tennessee AG to cooperate with the declarant in developing Fairfield Glade, to promote compliance and planned actions for the continued development of Fairfield Glade. Okay, in the CNRs, Article 6, Section 2A, it states that the board shall adopt a written sewer policy which may be amended from time to time, and that's what we're proposing to do today. The proposed changes to the sewer resolution availability policy are: 1, add hard surface paved road definition as per the Tennessee AG AVC, allow for septic lot mergers, update linear frontage rates, and define merged lot linear frontage rates. So why did we add the phrase hard surface paved road? To be in compliance with the Tennessee AG AVC, which directs the development of sewer lines as roads are paved. The Tennessee AG even defined what paved roads are: chip seal or asphalt, but not dirt, grassy, gravel roads. We need to focus our sewer extension installations where hard surface paved roads already exist, increasing the inventory of buildable lots, the A-tier lots, that have infrastructure, while working with the declarant to determine areas within Fairfield Glade for infrastructure development. In sections of the Tennessee Code and the AVC, a paved road is part of the criteria when it comes to requiring connection to central sewer system. Roads indicated on a plat are paper roads until they are constructed to regulations accepted by the county. The Tennessee AG said the same. Sewer follows as roads are paved, not dirt, grass, or gravel. There is no 300-foot rule requiring sewer extensions. At one time, there was language in Tennessee Code referencing within 300 feet, but it was removed in 2003. Our sewer policy was never updated. Since 1997, the CNRs have stated that the club board of directors is the sole judge to grant where and when sewer is extended, and that's in Article 6, Section 2B1. That hasn't changed. The previous sewer policy obligated the club to extend sewer to new construction within 300 feet of a collection line, which was in conflict with the CNRs. The CNRs clearly state that the board is not obligated to extend sewer. A property owner may request a sewer extension, but the approval for the extension is at the discretion of the board. So no B or C lot owners are being disenfranchised. Any sewer extensions outside of those planned by the board must be requested and approved by the board. The board's decision criteria is not arbitrary and capricious. It's codified in the CNRs. It's based on financial capability of the club. Do we have the money to do this extension, manpower and materials? The reasonable need of the area. Is this an area optimal for development? Is this area identified in the sewer extension master plan? Yes, there is a plan. We don't publicize it to protect property owners from predatory land speculators and opportunistic builders who might come in and lowball property owners for their property, only to turn around and sell it at a higher price when sewer is installed. In addition to the criteria previously stated in Article 6, Section 2A, there is additional criteria that address the health needs of the community and regulatory requirements of local, state, and federal authorities, the need to encourage the continued growth of the permanent residential community, and the need to provide sewer service for community facilities, including amenities of various types and recreational facilities that enhance the attractiveness and the value of the community for all property owners. Number 2, elimination of there shall be no merger of lots for septic systems. Lots may be merged if additional lot is needed for a septic field. The CNR's Section 14, Article 14, Section 6 allows for lot mergers. The Board of Directors lot merger policy, which was adopted in December of '24, addresses very specifically procedures for merging lots for septic systems. Updating of the availability fee. Calculation for the availability fee is based on Engineering News Record, the ENR, Construction Cost Index, CCI, for non-building construction as published August of every year. The CCI is based on regional labor material costs by region. The increase in the availability was approved as part of the 2026 budget on December 1st. 2025 and is listed on the Fairfield Glade Community Club 2026 General Assessments, Sewer and Trash Fees located on the member website at Member Central, the Billing and Payments tab. Going forward, all sewer fees will be included as part of the annual budget for approval by the Board of Directors. For 2026, the availability fee rate is $29 per linear feet of frontage, with a maximum rate of $2,175 for lots greater than 75 feet, and $522 for lots less than 18 feet of frontage. Okay. And lastly, calculation of the linear frontage for merged lots. Article 14, Section 6 allows for merger of lots. For sewer availability fees, if you own 2 separate lots, you pay an assessment for each lot. If sewer lines run through there, you pay an availability fee for each lot. When lots are merged, 2 or more adjacent lots approved by the Board of Directors Lot Committee, you pay a single assessment for those lots merged together. With the sewer availability fee, the lot committee proposed paying standard linear frontage calculation, the $29 per linear for or a max of $2,175 for the primary lot where the driveway is located, and an additional $10 per linear foot for merged lot frontages. And we will, once this policy is approved, we will also approve those rates. In summary, the 300-foot language remains, but sewer extensions are not automatic. They are contingent upon approval from the board in compliance with the criteria in the CNRs. Hard surface paved roads definition of verbiage was added to ensure compliance with the Tennessee AG's AVC that sewer follows as roads are paved. Lots used for septic system drainage fields can be merged with the primary lot, and for 2026, the availability fee is $29 per linear foot, up to a maximum of $2,175 for frontages over 75 feet, and a minimum of $522 for lot frontages under 18 feet. Merged lots are proposed to be charged $10 per linear foot with no cumulative cap for sewer availability. Bottom line, our sewer policy must comply with governing documents to facilitate the continued development of our community.
The AG directed that the declarant and the club cooperate in developing Fairfield Glade. It's not the board giving in, but working in partnership with the declarant to cooperatively plan and develop our community. The declarant is the sole judge for roads, and the club board is the sole judge for sewer. But we have to work together. It is a partnership, not a power grab. The declarant's rights and authorities are very plainly spelled out in the CNRs, Article 14, Section 4B. The declarant has final approval on any amendment to the CNRs that impacts any of the rights of the declarant as developer. For the future of Fairfield Glade, the declarant and the board must continue to work together in identifying, planning, and developing our community. Your property values depend on Fairfield Glade being a vibrant and growing community. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go through the rules a little bit here. First of all, what we need is a motion on the board, a motion from the board to, so that we can discuss this. Is there a motion?
Motion to discuss.
Well, no, a motion on the approval or disapproval of the policy so we can discuss it.
I move we approve the changes to the sewer policy as presented.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, now, before we get into your comments and questions, a couple of things that I want to make sure everyone understands. First of all, if you posted a comment on our website, every board member got it. So we don't need to revisit all those. Second thing is, at this point where we are, because we have a motion to approve, and we will vote on that, the second question, or the second comment is, if you have a comment, it needs to be specific about what section in the proposed amendment that you're talking about. Getting up and saying, I just don't like the policy, is not very helpful at this point, because we're past all that. So please, if you have legitimate questions about sections, we do want to hear those. But again, general comments are not helpful at this point. So, anyone have any questions? All right, come on up. Please state your name and your address too, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lisa Brodhagen. I live at 204 Kingstown Drive, and my question actually is kind of directed to Isaac, being a new board member, and what your thoughts are on the policy. And I had to write it down, sorry. And do you think it's going to be good for the property owners, the existing and the ones that own, you know, the affected lots that do not have a permanent road in right now?
Thank you for your question. I do not support changing the policy. The policy that we have right now was in place basically in its current form since 2003, per my understanding. The idea that it needs to be changed to be in compliance with the assurance of voluntary compliance, that was never requested. It was the policy that was in place when that went through. And you know, my fundamental issue with it is it does take away a guaranteed right to tie into sewer that members currently have, and making that subjective to a board decision. So.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Any other questions? We'll make sure everybody gets heard, okay? Go ahead, Ted.
Ted Landers, 22 Waynesbury Court. So what would happen, because it's not addressed in the policy, if someone, it adds an extension of 300 feet in an unimproved road? Sorry. What would happen if you approved somebody to do the 300-foot extension in an unimproved road, and then somebody, the next lot or two lots over, wanted to tie into the sewer? What happens then? Because that's not addressed in the policy.
You want to go?
In all cases, the individual needs to request from the board for the extension, and it would be weighed against the criteria as far as financial feasibility. If this is an area that's identified for improvement, the sewer extension master plan, and the other criteria. I mean, it's up to the board to decide if this is, and I think you need to back up, Ted, and go to the first part of your question as to if that property on an unimproved road would have been approved in the first place.
Well, I was assuming that it had been approved, and now somebody a lot further away, a lot or two, would want to tie into the system. From my perspective, as many people as we can get to tie into the sewer system is a benefit to the association. Having septic systems is an uncontrolled discharge of waste. Plus, it requires that a second lot, all the trees be taken down to install the septic system, which is against core value number 6, which is to maintain the natural beauty of the association. So I think the inability to allow owners to tie in without going through what the board stuff, it should be an automatic right to be able to do it, as long as the owner is paying the cost. It's not something the board is paying, it's something the owner is paying for. And I believe that you devalue all the other B and C lots that are not connected to the sewer system. So I really strongly disagree with taking that right away for somebody to improve their lot if the owner is willing to pay for it. Thank you.
I will remind you, though, as a reminder, there's 2 decisions that are made on all of those extensions. One is sewer, which this board controls. The other is a road, which we don't.
Yes, well, the other thing is, all of the stuff that has been done, except I believe it was Tawny Extension, all the other roads have been on declarant-owned property that has nothing to do with putting the roads in where the B and C lots are. So how do we get the declarant to actually build roads where the B and C lots are on unimproved lots, which is what we're trying to do? It's easier for the declarant to go ahead and build on a completely open, large parcel of property than it is to actually put a road in and do it the other way. But if you're talking about trying to get the B and C lots covered with a real road, this doesn't address any of that.
Because those decisions are not ours.
So how do we work with the declarant in order to make some of that happen? Or can the declarant give the board the right to install up to 1 mile or 1.5 miles of roads every year? Because we have a lot of courts that are very short, that might be only 4 houses, 5 houses in them, that are never going to get done because you've already got 2 or 3 houses on it, and the declarant is not going to find it economically feasible for them to go ahead in there and pave that road. So are we always going to throw these as secondary roads and that never get paved?
Those are part of the planning process, Ted.
Yeah,
It's an ongoing process of working with the declarant in cooperation and determining
Well,
where
my
those roads
guess is
go.
that, and I'm not picking on your thing, it's a financial decision. I don't believe it's financially in the declarant's best interest to do that.
It's a financial decision, and it's based on the rules that have been established for us. So we're
But
working together.
again, the declarant could give the board permission to be able to do a certain amount of roads a year, and as long as they were willing to do that, it would solve your problem of unpaved roads.
So let's be clear. We can only deal with what the sewer policy is. The declarant has his rights, and he has to deal with roads. All those are suggestions, Ted, but if it's up to the declarant what he, in this case it is he, what he wants to do with the roads. This is what, and I think what Scott is trying to talk about is what we would call planned development. We recognize if we're going to get this done, we're going to have to sit down with the declarant and come up with a plan.
Well,
But the thing is that we need to know the rules of the road, if you will, on what development rules we got to follow before we can really sit down and get that plan together.
yeah, well, the AG agreement was to try and get roads and sewers to the B and C lots that they were promised when they bought the property. And I'm not seeing how any of this helps to solve that problem that was an agreed upon thing with the Attorney General.
I don't know, Kenneth, do you want to weigh in this? Just for those of you who don't know, this is Kenneth Chadwell. He's the Fairfield Glade Community Club's attorney.
I would just say that we're required to cooperate with the declarant. We want to cooperate with the declarant. And by this policy, we're doing our part to do everything we can to set up the framework so that that development works.
So that sewer follows roads.
Yes. And I would also say, I know there's a number of people that say we don't want the declarant involved in the B and C lots. We want the declarant to stay off on all the property the declarant owns that the declarant can develop on his own. But folks, we have no control over that. That's not the way this stuff's written. That's not the way the declaration is written. The declarant's a sole judge as to roads. And I know a lot of folks don't like that. And I know we have a member in our board, Mr. Zerker, that really doesn't like that and has been going and had an ongoing dispute with the declarant well before he got on the board. But the board can't control that. The board can't, and the board's not trying to control the declarant.
So my last thing is, there's a whole hierarchy of what documents supersede another document coming down. The state of Tennessee rules overrule all of everything else, the CNR and the declarant's rights and all those things. Has anybody seriously looked to see if Tennessee states that the declarant doesn't have absolute control of all the road installation? I know it's in the policy, in the agreement, but does Tennessee state mandate that that's true, or can we do that ourselves?
I think that's a question for you.
We're bound by the declaration. The declaration says.
No, Tennessee rule overlaws that.
No, it does not. I want you, no, now this is misinformation that's been spread all over the place. People want to debate it. Tennessee does not override what our declaration says. Now, again, that's not really a board issue. The board's following the declaration. Now, and I'm not at all trying to put Mrs. Anderson under the spotlight right here, but a lot of what you're talking about should be addressed to the declarant. We can't change the declaration. You can't
I understand,
change the
but it
declaration.
is, the board represents us. The board is the one that would make an agreement with the declarant. It wouldn't be us as an individual member having an agreement with the declarant. So it would
But
be
your
inappropriate.
grievances are directed to the declarant. We can't change the declarant. We can't change what the declarant wants to do. We have the declaration. That's what we abide by. That's what we're trying to abide by. And we are actively working to cooperate now with the declarant for development to get things done.
Well, I will sit and wait to see if roads actually get developed where existing B and C lots are and not large chunks of property. Because the last few years, that's all that's been developed
And
by
we will
declarants.
wait with you and watch.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hello, I'm Jesse Lanzalotta. I'm a builder out here in Fairfield Glade.
Do you live in Fairfield Glade?
No, but I own numerous properties in Fairfield Glade. So, I don't. I live, I mean,
Well,
I have
the thing
numerous
is,
properties.
this is a member meeting.
He's a member.
I am a member.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
member well over. I pay
Go
probably
ahead.
$8,000 a year to be one.
That's fine.
So, okay. This is, I'm coming up here to plead my thing here. This is really going to affect me. I guess I'm pleading to the board to consider this. I have got a road that I have been doing this same thing that we're against the 300-foot rule for probably 2 years now. So, and it has been working. I've been abiding by all the rules and regulations, and I successfully finish probably 3-4 homes a year in Fairfield and sell them. So I contribute my fair share of things. I'm just asking to consider, I've been doing this under these rules for this long, so now we're going to change it, and I have got unfinished projects that I have based my life on and my savings of my life, and this is going to directly affect me. in my family, my kids, everything that I do as a builder. You know, I have put tons of money, thousands of dollars into these projects I'm doing out here, and this will directly, I mean, this will affect me terribly. So I've run sewer and electric and water down these roads that I'm developing. Is this going to stop me from finishing my projects? I mean, how is that fair? Because, you know, I've put in everything I have in my whole life out here, invested in this place, and now I'm going to have the rug pulled off and under me. And, you know, I paid lots of dues, and I do everything by the book, what you guys ask. And, you know, I feel like it's not real fair to just come in and...
What specifically are you saying you'll be impacted by?
These 600, I've bought numerous lots that I am daisy chaining these sewer to, and it's been okay all the way to now. And so, you know, I have all these plans and all this stuff in place, and I'm working on them and doing them as everybody asks. And now all of a sudden we're going to come to a stop on that, and I've already invested in tons of land out there, hundreds and thousands of dollars of water lines, electric lines been drove down through here. This road is gravel at this point. I have numerous contracts coming up. I have 2 houses on there of my own that I'm selling. I have already passed probably 6 lots of mine that I'm going to need to hook to sewer, that I've already drugged to the end of this road. I mean, am I going to be shut completely down right here to finish up what I'm doing because of something I hadn't? I mean, I've been able to do this so far, so how can I just stop now? Is my question. The lots would be useless to me. I have one coming up right now under contract where I'm doing a big home on this road that I have took sewer all the way down, water, everything. I'm maintaining everything properly. I do all the things by the book. You know, I don't give nobody no problems. It's just a question, you know, I have to ask. It concerns me. It's really scary to me because I have invested, you know, my whole life in savings into this, you know, out here, because it has been working. It's been great. Everything's been fine. So, you know, it kind of stinks for me. Yeah, in my family, as of right now, this is a real bad scare to me. I don't know if this is going to stop me from tying into the existing line, you know, that I just have brought down through here for this reason. You know, I have all this planned out. I have these homes planned out, vision for them, and I have numerous buyers for the homes. You know, it's just a question I have to. I don't know what to. You know, I guess I'm asking the board to please don't vote on that. I mean, I honestly, as a builder, as a family man, this is it's not going to help in this sense. You know, we work hard out here, and we do bring a lot to the table. You know, I do four homes a year. I know he does tons of homes, beautiful homes. I know numerous other builders that do these same things, and we do it by the book. We do what everybody asks. I know we all have rules and stuff, but why have we been able to do this so far, and now we're just going to just pull the rug off and under us after we've all got plans and we've all invested? You know, I've invested tons of money into this community out here, and I, you know, I think that's worth something, and I do all what everybody asks of me. I don't cause no problems. I do my stuff by the book, and you know, that's something to consider, please. You know, I've got kids, I've got family that I work really hard to provide for, and I want them as their kids right now, but I want them to be builders out here too, and I want them to follow my footsteps. And these little things like this will slow that stuff down a lot. I mean, we can all work together still and bring that sewer through there at the same way we've been doing. Do the roads. I know we ain't got control over the roads, but you know, in the new homeowners association, the packet, it says, you know, the contractor, if the road is not hard surfaced, he is liable to make it up to county specs. Okay, that's great. So why can't we just keep doing that? We get it up to county specs, work together,
Well,
get
county
it tar
specs-
chipped.
County specs require either a hard surface road, require a hard surface road. That's chip and seal.
Yeah.
Or asphalt.
Well, I would be happy to do that.
Well-
I'm glad you say that, because that means that's
But-
awesome.
But the caveat with that, okay, and I certainly understand your issue, and I'm empathetic to it, but the fact is that we do not control where roads go.
There's already a road. I mean, it's a road.
Well, what kind of road?
It's a gravel road.
Yeah, that's not a chip and seal or an asphalt. The county, John, correct me if I'm wrong, the county will not accept as a standard road in the county, to put on the county books, something other than a chip and seal or an asphalt.
Okay. And I will be glad to chip and seal it to your standards if you will accept it. I mean, I promise you that. That's not a problem. And I will do both. I will gravel it or chip and seal it to your standards, and be happy to do that in order to get, and see, and here's the thing. You guys are trying to bring a sewer down a road that's already done. That's not the smartest thing in the world anyway, so you're going to destroy it. And you're digging up everybody, I mean, you know what I'm saying? So we are developing the road as we go, and then as we, you know, get fit, we do the road, which probably should be the last thing you do. I mean, you know, you should keep a gravel surface into that area until, you know, you've gotten all your big trucks, all your crazy equipment.
Well,
in
that's
and
one
out,
of the
so.
questions that the community club has to consider from the standpoint of, do we want a bunch of gravel, or do we want chip and seal and paved roads?
And I will mention this too, the homeowners that I am selling these homes to, they said they love the fact that it's on a gravel road, so, and that's, you know, it's a certain type of person, but there is those type of people that want those homes and want them on secluded roads and want them to feel like they're not surrounded by numerous people. So let's not root them out, you know. I'm asking the board, all you people on here, all you gentlemen and ladies, to consider maybe not pushing it through just yet, and let's figure something else out, because, you know, you're really gonna mess with, you know, a lot of home builders, you know, and we are hardworking people, you know.
Right.
We work really hard.
Well, thank you very much
To
for your
help for the
comments.
community, so.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Please consider that.
Ted, let's see if there's others that want to ask questions first. Before we get up for a second time, let's make sure people have had their first opportunity to speak.
After the gentleman just enlightened me a little bit, my question is, did the board actually go back to the ACC and find out how many of these lots and so forth have been happening and are maybe in process already? Thank you.
Okay.
Are you going to answer that question?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to answer that question?
The policy is being looked at being changed, not because we're looking at who was happy with the gravel road. The policy is looked at because of the sewer extensions. We are not talking about roads, and you can talk about roads all you want all day. We don't control them. We don't control them. Those are questions that the declarant is really involved in, not us. Okay?
I was just going to add something to this for Jesse and for others in that same ilk. There is still, oh, thanks. There still is a process to get these kinds of roads approved. And it's the board. And basically all the documents say is at the board's discretion. And even if you look back at old policies, those things were at the board's discretion also. Maybe we didn't do a good enough job with master planning with talking to the builder about it, some things like that. But those things can still be approved. They're just not automatically approved to
Well,
daisy chain.
let's be clear about this. The board does not approve gravel roads.
No, I didn't say
Okay?
that.
So let's be real clear. So if you want a gravel road, the declarant is the person you need to talk to, not us.
Can I speak to Mr. Lindsay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just add to what Monica
Hold
said
on.
that
We got,
Go ahead, no.
I just want to say that there's over 3,000 A-lots that have all the utilities. So there's a lot of lots that builders can buy that have all of the utilities they need to build a home. They don't need to build a home where there's no road and no sewer. There's so many available lots that they can buy and develop on.
That's the back page.
The existing policy that says 300 feet, the wording says will. That has been proposed to change to shall.
To
So
may.
To may, excuse me. Because under will, the board, it's in contradiction with the board's ability to determine where sewer goes. But even so, under that, the 300 feet only applies to coming off of an existing sewer line. It doesn't say, okay, now that there's 300 feet, then now another 300 feet applies to that. That has always been under the board's discretion. And there are only, to your question, a handful of individuals, of which Mr. Lanzalotti is one, that have asked for that daisy chaining effect. Again, I do not believe, and please correct me, board, I'm not a policy, that is not my role. I'm operations, so, but the board still always will maintain discretion as to where sewer goes. So with regards to Mr. Lanzalotti's concerns, that as it has under the existing policy, still remains within the board's discretion. And as far as roads, those are, has been said and made clear, and if people are willing to pay for roads, that's under the declarant's determination if they want to allow that to happen or not. With regards to some of Mr. Lander's concerns about some of these off ones, I will say the cost of the club to take that duty on would be huge. And we already have $650,000 in the current budget just to maintain our existing roads and to, at the end of the day, try to address some extensions. Last year, we were able to do 1 mile of extensions with the dollars that were left from the maintenance budget. What?
Not extensions, to
To
pave.
pa- That's right, yeah, well, of roads, paving of roads that don't currently exist as a paved road. So anyway, I just hope that was a helpful clarification.
okay? I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm Karen Kapolansky. I live at 50 Brummel Lane. And so I'm Karen Kapolansky from 50 Brummel Lane. So I have a couple of questions. So Mr. Jones, I recall over the summer when you were doing all of the Q&As for the CNR amendment, you made it very clear that the board currently has sole discretion of where the sewer is installed. But that doesn't seem to be any longer the case if the road has not been improved, because it leaves our declarant as the one who has complete control over our development, which would be a violation of our CNRs. So I would also want to know, why was this change not included in the 2023 revision of the sewer policy? And I noticed, Mary Kay, when you did your presentation, you didn't mention the April 2023 change to the policy that went through the whole pricing structure change, where we went from square footage to linear, right? So now I would ask Mr. Chadwell, what is your legal advice and timing related to this sewer policy change that's put on the table right now? Specifically, has the board had you as your legal counsel since the AVC from the Attorney General was put into effect? Yes or no? It shouldn't be a hard thought. I mean, you either were the attorney back in 2006
Okay, let's give him
or
a
not.
chance to answer, please.
I am being respectful, but I don't think that,
I'm
that
not,
this
I'm
is
not,
being respectful to
ma'am,
the
I'm not required,
members.
I'm not required to answer your questions, number one.
Okay.
Because I represent.
So you represent the
I re-
declarant as well,
No,
right?
I don't represent the declarant, I represent the board, I don't represent the members. The declarant has its own attorney.
So I asked if you were the board's legal counsel during the time with this.
What time are you referring to?
So, back when the Attorney General put the assurance of voluntary compliance into.
2006.
Right,
No, I was not.
okay. Was the firm
My law partner
on
was,
retainer?
yes.
Yes, so you're all well aware that this went into place back in 2006. So, I'm curious why this SOAR policy change that you're putting on the table now wasn't recommended back then, given that the assurance of voluntary compliance has explicit timelines and obligations. And then I also would like to know, why was the SOAR policy not revisited when the declarant seat changed hands almost 10 years ago? And finally, I'd like to know, why was the policy not updated in April of 2023 when there was agreement among the parties that the pricing structure required a revision? So it seems to me that the timing is sort of funny here, because the declarant did not get the vote that he wanted for the CNR amendment back this summer. And so once again, now you tried to update the bylaws and put some funny language in the bylaws that we all took note of, and that got put on hold.
Let's unwind that for a
The timing of
second.
this one seems pretty suspicious as well.
Let's unwind that for a second.
So I'd like to know, how on earth is this change going to benefit anyone in this community?
Okay. A couple things about that. The amendment that was put forward and voted down by the membership had nothing to do with this. The amendment strictly gave was to give the right to directly bill from the declarant for roads. That's all it did. Had nothing to do with the sewer. Had nothing to do with any of that. So we didn't even look at, to be honest with you, the amendment when we looked at these things that needed to be changed. What
Greg.
we looked at is exactly what MK brought out. We needed to get things in line with both our CNRs and the voluntary compliance letter from the AG. And the
you
fact that
also
we
put a
missed that at
policy
other
committee
times.
into place that's supposed to be looking over all of those documents. Have they given their readings yet?
Who?
The policy committee. You mentioned earlier when this meeting first
MK
started.
addressed that at the very beginning.
That this, that they were not going to be addressing this particular policy because they were busy reviewing the bylaws and the CNRs. Well,
Karen,
this really rolls back into all of that now, doesn't it?
No, that's not what it was said. You wanna-
Greg, if I may just add something. If you're following all the policies, you know that in the last year we've tackled 8 or
Few.
10 of them. They were all in line. I can go back 5 months ago and see what happened 6 months ago. The thing, MK has great experience in this arena, and so she's been gracious enough to handle looking at them. If you'll look at the fence policy, one reason that one went around and around and around was because there were inconsistencies between the CNRs that dictated the 20 feet from a lake or golf course. There was some inconsistencies between our policy and the CNRs. Why didn't they get corrected? I don't know. If you look at how many policies there are, maybe something got missed. But the reality is that doesn't mean that we shouldn't tackle things that we see that are inconsistent. And that's the reason I was bringing up the policies. I had no conversation with declarant since the CNR amendment failed. I had no conversation with him before that either. I'm doing what I think is right for the community so that the community is protected and they know they can look at their CNRs and know exactly what we're held accountable for.
You want to add You okay?
And if you, I read a statement at the beginning of the presentation, and it, I think we're there. Are we on? The Policy Review Committee wants the membership to know that the sewer policy changes were shared and discussed with the committee during one of their meetings, and Mr. Chadwell was present at that meeting with them, and that the board and the committee felt the policy was too far along in the process for them to engage. The committee felt they should stay focused on their current task, which is updating the bylaws.
And
this
agreed.
policy has been in works for a year.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the committee, it was the board and the committee agreed that they would focus on the bylaws, given how much time had passed and how long we'd been looking at the sewer policy.
And I
They-
would just,
Go ahead.
I would just ask, what is the rush? What's the sense of
And
urgency?
that was going to be my final
Can we not
question.
wait and let them review that?
That was going to be my final
I-
question, is what is the rush? You seem to be pushing this through. We just started looking at this policy as the community has only just started looking at this policy, and the way it was rolled out, it wasn't marked up like all the other prior policies have been in the past. It was given, here's the new policy, you go find the old policy, and you compare the two documents and figure out what's changed on your own, which is not fair
Yeah.
to a lot of the members.
And we added to that. We changed and we went and we marked it up. That was unacceptable because there are too many markups. So, and I'll give MK a lot of credit here. She took the time to give you a comparative statement of what the old language said, what the new language said, and what the references were for the changes. We've done everything we can to educate you on this.
Not enough. You haven't done enough. And
One thing we've learned is that the longer you let misinformation occur,
Yeah.
the worse it gets for our community. I have a responsibility to the community that I will help us grow and do all the things protecting in our values. And letting people say, print, record things that are misinformation is not good for the community.
so I'm not exactly sure what misinformation has been put out there other than some of what I've been seeing right here. It's,
Okay, let's
sorry.
talk about some of the
So-
misinformation. And I've heard from others that, we're giving the declarant all these rights. I defy you to find one right that we've given the declarant that he didn't already have in that policy.
That's in the rules.
That's,
Sole judge.
there are current roads.
Yes, we do.
yes, we do.
Ongoing
Yes, we
process.
do. Ongoing.
Ongoing process.
No, that's exactly right. And we
do.
will.
So,
That's
Every
fair.
year.
so we
Every
haven't
day.
heard quite yet what the rush is to push this particular policy through. I know the fence policy has been on the docket every meeting for what, the last 9 months probably. This one's only been on the docket for,
A year.
Yeah.
it hasn't been on the docket for a year. This hasn't come up in every board meeting over the last, how many months? 12 months?
What would you like the policy to say?
I would,
You want us-
I would urge you to go back and, why try to put a fix in for something that wasn't broken?
And to align
This,
the
you want to tie all of this to growth. We have been watching homes go up all over this community. There is plenty of growth here, and we still haven't heard from Mr. Chadwell over here, but growth hasn't been stunted. It's still occurring, and it's occurring at very rapid rates. So why are we trying to fix what isn't broken?
It is broken.
No, it's not. If it
It
was
does not
broken,
align.
then nothing would be getting done in this
No,
community.
I disagree.
Nothing would
Disagree.
be getting done.
Disagree.
But I will leave you all to think about that, but I would urge you to hold off on your vote. Maybe have a couple of Q&A sessions with the members so that more questions can be asked, especially since you requested that we cite particular sections in all of the different documents. Had I known you were going to put that as a stipulation, I would have been more prepared, but I think I got enough of my questions answered or not. Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to be a little more focused on this.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Paul Molnar, Molnar, 238 Bainbridge Road by Lake Pomeroy. Now, I'm a little more focused on this. I'm not as enlightened as some of these people. But where I'm located at the near the dam of Lake Pomeroy, and is, I'm going to say, a 2 to 250 foot drop. And I was just wondering if you could enlighten me on, and for the record, what are your intentions on laying a sewer line out there? And if you do, I merged my lots. I had two and I merged them. So now there are one lot. But now I'm hearing, well, now if you have a merged lot, we're going to charge you different rates. So first, I mean, if the answer is no to one, then the other is a moot point.
Well, are you on septic now?
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone out in here is septic tank.
That's what I thought.
If you did, I'll point out, try and put the sewer line down there, first thing you'd have to do is buy a lot and put a pump station in to pump it up a couple hundred feet to get up to St. George and a little beyond toward Lakeview. So do you know where I'm talking about?
Bruce, do you want to speak to the master sewer extension plan relative to this gentleman's question?
Up. Wait till you get up here.
Yeah. Grab a mic.
There is a master sewer plan that was put together by Wofford Engineering out of Cookville back in 2010. That master plan covers every single platted lot in Fairfield Glade. It provides a plan for sewering every single lot, grassy road, whatever kind of road. It covers every platted lot.
Let's
Down
chip
in
and
your
seal.
area, there is a proposed pump station to push it up to Westchester.
Wow, okay. So if there's, I'm just wondering what the feasibility of that is, since I haven't done an actual dig, but as walking down that road, I mean, you see bedrock all down the ditch down there. If someone was to try and put a sewer line in there, that is going to be one major, politely F project.
And that's the reason it hasn't made the radar yet.
But so that's on the, I guess it is on the radar, but not anytime soon.
It's in the master plan. Now, there was speak of a master plan earlier, but that's the development master plan. The sewer master plan is what I'm talking about, and that was put together in 2010 by Wofford. That area requires a proposed pump station, and it has not made the radar as far as extending sewer to that area.
Okay, that answers that question. Now, enlighten me a little further. So at some point, you're going to run a sewer line then in front of my property. Will I be required to pay for that?
The policy states that if sewer is made available, you pay the availability fee. But you're not required, because you have a septic system that's installed, to tap in.
So I'm looking at what, $2,100 current dollars, something like that?
That's
$21.75
$21.75.
And tap into it is another
Bruce, you're probably better at
9,000.
9,000, and that's current dollars. And I'm going to guess, just from what I've seen already, I'm looking at probably 10 years down the road before you could possibly even think about putting that in.
Sure.
And that's, with inflation and everything, I'm probably looking at 25 grand.
Start saving now.
Or selling.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's all I need to know for now. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions?
What? No.
No. You'll be next, okay?
I won't be but a minute. Harold Qualls, I'm a builder out here. I'm sorry. No, you stay. Unlike Jesse's situation, I own 15 lots on Bainbridge. I did not take advantage of somebody because they didn't have sewer. The lots were cheap because they did not have sewer. I have 15 lots on Bainbridge Drive. This gentleman here lives on Bainbridge Drive. So you're saying that it's a 10-year plan before there's any sewer?
I didn't say that.
And I have a paved road, power and water. Bainbridge is probably one of the nicest roads in Fairfield Glade, other than the north side. So I decided I want to build, and on my lots, they're B lots. I've merged a few of them together. Well, I'm in the process because they do not have sewer. I cannot completely merge them. So if I requested for sewer, my lots, my first ones start right at the end of St. George. There's sewer at Tawny Oak, which is at the about 10, 15 lots down. So would you deny me sewer?
The quick question to that, answer to that is, I don't know.
It says that sewer is not going to be installed on anything but hard surface roads.
And I have a
And
hard
that's what the
surface
policy
road
change says.
with water and electricity. And, you know, I feel with Jesse. I own $100,000 worth of lots out here. Isaac, I don't pay as much as Jesse. I pay $2,000 a month in dues. So, we're just trying to add into the ladies. I don't know how this is going to help anything grow. I'm not a very smart person. You guys are college educated, but when you take away the rights of the people, the rights that people pay for. I have a brother that's owned the lot out here for 35 years, paid $3,000 for it. He's probably got $100,000 in it, and there's no sewer on his road. So how does that benefit anybody that are just wanting to build a quality home and a quality? That's why we came here, to build houses in this place. And now you're going to, so our investment, my $100,000 investment, in 10 years, I'll be 67 years old. I'm going to be on a beach somewhere. I don't want to be building houses when I'm 67 years old. But I'm paying, the dues went up. Our dues went up every month. So I'm just asking, I have the criteria for sewer. I have a hard surface road that has water and has power. And if I turn in to submit a house next month, are you going to deny me sewer?
And we'd have to take a look at the situation. I mean, you're asking me a question now, and we haven't even gotten a recommendation from the
criteria
sewer
says a
department.
hard-surfaced road. Now, Jesse's on a gravel road, and
That hard surface road is not the only criteria that's looked at. Go into the CNRs, and it lists 7 criteria that the board has to consider before it says yes or no.
okay, so with 15, I own 15, I was gonna build 15 houses on Bainbridge. There's houses at the end of Bainbridge. Does that not constitute, I mean, you take 15 houses, I think our houses sell for around $600,000. Isaac, do the math, how much money is that? You know, those grinder pumps are $9,000, $1,500, that's over $100,000. And then the transition fees you guys raised to $6,000. You do the math on just what I wanna do, it's several $100,000 that goes to this committee. To me, that's growth. To me, that's expansion. To me, that's allowing somebody else to come and enjoy all these amenities. You're looking at your new country club. So, you know, I'm just a small fish. But that's 15 people that will not be able to enjoy this beautiful community because of your criteria that I feel like I've met. And I even checked with the sewer department before I bought the lots, and I was told it has to run south. From where I'm at, she's gone south. So I'm just, trying to comply. I'm like Jesse, want to do everything I can do. I don't want to be a problem. Just want to do my thing and go on. But this, and like the one lady spoke, is very elegant, very educated. I don't understand why there's such a hurry to push this through and not give the people that actually live here and vote here, that make all this happen, an opportunity to have that right. So, I feel like, I know there's sewer at Tawny Oak, and as the gentleman spoke, you can, once you get to the end of St. George, somebody spent the money to survey all those lots on St. George. So you can't make me believe that there's not something going to happen on St. George. You don't go in there and survey 40 lots and somebody's not planning on doing something. So I just want to know, can we, I don't care if it's this year, but I just want to know, if I decide I want to build on that, will I have the opportunity and the discretion? I don't, it's going to benefit all the people that live down on the lower side that have septic tanks, and all the lots that would be developed on Bainbridge if there were sewer. They're running fiber down Bainbridge right now.
And the best answer I can give you at this point is the board would consider it if it's brought forward as a recommendation.
The only
I can't
caveat
sit here and
is-
say we would approve something or not approve something without knowing
Why would
the
you not
details.
approve it on a hard surface road? We've been talking about gravel roads. We've been talking about roads that have no water, no electricity. I'm talking about a hard surface road with power and water.
I understand what you're talking about.
In section 2A, it says, the board shall look at such factors and may deem proper the economic feasibility of extending such system, the demand for housing in an established subdivision, the health needs of the community and regulatory requirement, local, state, federal, the need to provide sewer service to lots of construction for new housing for those lot owners, trading from areas that are not presently served by sewer facilities, where such cannot economically be served at the time, the need to encourage the continued growth of the permanent residential community, the need to provide sewer service for multifamily housing and others listed, and the need to provide sewer service for community facilities. So that would be what I would look at with a recommendation from this.
And that's what the current policy enforces. That's the current policy that we're following, Monica. If we change the policy, then the gravel road between Tawny Oak and Bainbridge will not allow sewer to be installed. MK's presentation said sewer must follow hard surface roads.
That's what
period.
the AG said.
Period. And so there's nothing in the
Bruce, the
policy
board
that
always-
says that can't be installed
Bruce,
on.
the board always has the discretionary.
That's not what the presentation said, Greg. That's not what the presentation said.
No, what the presentation said was, the board has the responsibility and the sole judge of where sewer goes.
Okay, well, everything the lady read, how cannot developing a road not add, how can running sewer to a paved road, how can it not add? You tell me one takeaway. You're talking about benefiting the community, benefiting multifamily homes, growth, expansion. How can not running sewer to a paved road, nobody has to touch it, how can not running sewer to that road not improve this community?
Okay, I think we need to get into the policy itself because there's a lot of misunderstanding of what's going on. And I would direct you to...
This is the proposed policy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Section 2,
Well,
extension
that
and...
ain't the policy that I bought the lots under.
It still hasn't changed that much. Extension and
it
specifically,
has.
can I finish my statement,
You
please?
can.
If at least 75% of property owners of all lots, including declarant-owned lots in a specifically defined area on an existing hard surface paved road, agree in writing to pay their share of the cost for an extension of the CSS collection system, and the Board of Directors elects to make such an extension per Article 6, Section 2B1 of the Declaration, then the owners of all lots, including declarant-owned lots, to be served by such an extension shall be assessed the availability fee then in effect. The other reference that has hard surface road, it appears twice in the policy, is under new construction, section Roman numeral 1, 2B, no private sanitary sewer system shall be permitted for a proposed new residential construction on property where the nearest point of the property is within 300 feet of a sewer collection line or where a collection line is available along an existing hard surface road, and it defines the hard surface road. That's the only two places. And in every circumstance, you may request. That's the whole point, is you may request.
Why would you say no?
Who said no?
Yeah, who said no?
Have you made a
Okay,
request?
the whole board's sitting here in front
Well,
of me.
this is not the appropriate venue for it.
It's a pretty simple question. It's not like I'm wanting to build a shopping center. I am building family homes in Fairfield Glade under every guideline that you guys meet. So I don't know how it could be something that you would have
Because
to.
we rely on our sewer and wastewater treatment people to come back with a recommendation to say, yes, it should be looked at, it should be passed.
Okay, this lady's got something she wants.
So Monica, you just...
Name and address.
My name is Jessica Speaker, and I live at 12 Forest Hill Terrace. Monica, you just read from the CNRs, but what you didn't read was the paragraph before the stipulations of the policy, and it says, in establishing such policy, the board shall give proper consideration to the primary purpose of the club, which is to encourage residential development of Fairfield Glade.
Right.
This obviously is not encouraging residential development, or you wouldn't have builders up here begging you not to change this policy. You are putting these men out of business. You're hurting their families. It is not fair.
That's not
And
the
you're
desire.
doing this all to benefit the declarant. You are not benefiting the property owners.
How and where is the declarant being benefited?
Because you gave him control of the roads.
We did. We
The
did.
CNRs gave the
That
declarant
was in the
control of the roads back in
Then why are we
1997.
aligning the sewer with the roads?
Because the AG said
No,
so.
the AG says that we will put in sewer where the hard surface road goes in. It doesn't say the sewer cannot independently be put in.
Again, that's a decision for the
She's
board
correct, and it
based on the
remains silent on
criteria.
We've had
The
numerous.
The AG decision, and I've read through it, there's no wording about you cannot put sewer on a gravel road. That's nowhere in the AG decision.
You are doubling down on the declarant.
I just want to make my $100,000+ investment. I don't want to have to sit on it or be like those people you were referring to. And to me, this is taking advantage of people that have bought and paid for those lots, that have paid the dues for all these years. And so I just simply want what we have in America, a democracy, the freedom of capitalism, and I meet the requirements, so I don't know why we cannot have sewer on Bainbridge Drive.
No one said you can't. Okay, other questions?
I am Rob Goodrich. I live at 103 Sheffield Drive. I am a simple man, and we'll try to come up with a simple solution for you. I am referring to Jesse L., who had been up here before. He builds off of Tavistock, which a lot of building went in there, and almost all of that area is not on paved road or chip and sealed roads. I was talking to him, thinking of selling my house and having him build a house out there for me. We were talking about that, and a very nice lot. And I said, well, you're going to be building there, but if I don't sell my house in time, is there another lot? Well, we have to wait until we get to certain development before we can get that 300-foot extension or whatever it was. And the response that he got, which when he bought the lots out there, I think that was probably the policy. That's probably why he was expecting it to be. But anyhow, the board kind of gave whoever it was, I'm sitting way in the back, so I don't know who it was, but a very haughty response to him concerning his request of, well, there are lots of lots here in Fairfield Glade that you can buy and build. Well, he doesn't own them. He owns a bunch of lots out there now that when he bought them, he was under the impression that there were policies set in place for him to be able to build there. That's kind of like when Secretary of State John Kerry told the people of Eastern Kentucky and West Virginia, oh, you coal miners, you can learn how to program, which never happened. And that's kind of what you are saying to him right there. So I'm being a simple person, a simple solution, why would you not grandfather in the people who have lots like that and let them go and put your new policy on undeveloped areas? That might be something to think about and come up with a solution. Thank you for your time.
Any other comments or questions?
My name is Dick Osman, Chestnut Ridge Lane. You say you've been talking about this policy for over a year now. Was the hard surface requirement there from the beginning that you wanted? Or was the hard surface requirement put in at the last minute because of what's happening on Travistock Lane and Wimberley Road? You extended that sewer down a gravel road. You extended the sewer down Travistock on a gravel road. All of a sudden now, you're deciding to change. Somebody's upset that they're building on Wimberley Road. They're building on Travistock. And Mr. Jones, what happened to, these people just got dirt. Well, they're developing it now, and now you want to put an end to it so they can just have dirt again. Your CNR last year, that's all you talked about, is these C-lot owners got nothing but dirt. If you pass this policy now, that's what you're going to do. You're going to revert them back to dirt. This policy was put in because someone's upset that that sewer and water went down Wimberley Road, which is not developed. They went to the ACC and tried to stop those buildings from being built. They failed at the ACC meeting. So now they come here to you at the last minute and add that hard surface requirement in there strictly to stop the building. And what you're doing to these contractors is terrible. They put their livelihood into this stuff. And you say, and you're just saying, well, too bad, move on. You're going to revert them all back to dirt again? That's what you're doing if you pass this policy.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Hello, my name is Lisa Butner, 27 Kingsborough Drive. I had a question tangentially related to this. I heard recently that when you pass a policy like this, the declarant has to approve it, so anything a future board might do to maybe update or reverse this in a contrary way would have to be approved by him as well? Is that correct?
No. Peter, you want to take that one, or do you want me to?
Just generally, any action that affects declarant rights, the declarant's got to say so on it, and the declarant has a so-called veto right.
Mm-hmm.
That's in the declaration.
So that's a yes.
He does.
His rights are in the declaration. Yeah.
He just notes that he allows it, okay? He can say, I want to veto it, or he can say, I approve that it can go forward. He's not approving the policy.
Right.
He's just he's signifying that he feels that is giving up some right, he's okay with that. Or if he doesn't think it is, it's giving up a right that he wants to give up. He's saying, no, I don't want to have that happen. But
Okay,
he's not
that's-
approving the policy. The board approves this policy.
Okay, yeah, but the veto overrides it, is that correct? I just want to make sure we're all understanding.
To answer your question, my understanding is if we change this policy and we try to change it later, and the declarant does not agree with it, it can be vetoed.
Okay.
No, that's.
Okay.
If you go to the CNR's Article 14, Section 4, it lists out the specific rights that the declarant has a veto power on, and those are specifically the rights that are granted to the declarant in the CNR.
Sure, but.
And it lists out the specific sections.
Okay, well, that's why I'm here to ask, because I don't have time to read and memorize all the CNRs, but maybe over time I will, but a lot of us aren't there yet, so I just want that clarified for anybody else who had that question.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Thank you. Anything else?
Jeannie Guide, Doyle Court. Well, I got to cross off quite a few questions because you answered them. So thank you for that. Mary Kay, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. I've often stated that I can't imagine why anyone on our board would make a decision that would harm our club or give more power to the declarant. You've probably seen it in writing, and you've probably heard me say that. And I do sincerely believe that. Greg, is the board doing this because there are things you know that we don't?
No.
No. There's nothing going on?
No.
Okay, thank you for
I
that.
mean, I've heard those charges, and I got to tell you, it's a little upsetting because since I've been on the board, I've always tried to act in the best interest of the board.
I know, that's what you've always said, and I've defended it a lot. At the December 2024 board meeting, you explained that an agreement was made between the community club and the declarant, indicating that the declarant has exclusive rights to buy community club-owned C lots in Appendix A. That's right, isn't it? Okay. One question is anything in that agreement creating the need for this policy change?
No.
Okay. Number two, why are we not allowed to see that agreement?
All of our agreements between the board and others are basically, they're confidential because two agreements, whenever you sign an agreement, there's two parties that sign them.
Yes.
If we release everything that we want to release and the other party says, no, I don't want that, then we can get into some problems contractually. And I haven't asked anybody if they wanted, if it was okay to release, but as a general rule, those of you that have been in business, the companies you work for never would release agreements they made with third parties. And that's just a pretty general rule of business because you don't want to get into contractual disputes over
But I
things.
feel like you're not
But-
a
But
company.
everything, I will honestly tell you, and when I made that presentation, and you can go back and look at it, every
did.
every major point in that contract was gone over. Now,
Okay.
you may choose to believe that, or you may choose not to believe that. That's your option. But
Right.
I'm telling you that every major point in that contract was discussed with the club.
Okay. But we still can't see the agreement. I just want to say, I don't like that.
Okay.
Because you're not a company. You're a group representing us. And as representing us, I think we should know what's in the background in agreements. And that's all I'll say about that.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
and I
gonna-
get that, and we'll have a difference of opinion in that, because I thought that's what the presentation did. It told you what was in the agreement.
Mm.
I understand.
Isaac, does this revision to the sewer policy give more power to the declarant?
Yes, I believe it does, because it ties sewer to roads now for the first time, and the declarant asserts that they control the roads. So
Okay.
yes.
I think this question was already asked, so I'm not going to ask that. And I'm not going to ask that. So you guys did answer a lot of my questions. I have one that's related to this, but it's also a general question. When people provide comments to the policies, they send in through the website, is there a way that we can also see the comments? Not the names, nobody cares who said it, just the comments that are made every time a policy is being revised.
It's really up to the board what they do with that, and usually it's to the individual board members. Some things that we put out, there's been FAQs that have been put up, other ones there's not. A lot of it depends on the comments you're getting. You know, there's a lot of them that are just general. They're not really questions, they're not for clarification, they just want to make a statement.
And
Okay.
Some people may not want their comments.
And other people
But
may
I
not
just
want their
said,
comments.
no names. I don't want names.
But even their
Just a
comments, they
comment.
may not want shared. I mean,
I don't believe that.
we'd have to get opt-in, opt-out, but
I would believe that somebody might
I
not want their
understand
name
what you believe,
attached.
but I'm also
I am
sharing what I believe.
requesting formally that we are allowed to see the comments and the questions that are given regarding policies. I think that's a simple request, and I think for transparency's sake, I think that would go a long way. Please.
Okay.
To do what?
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk.
Any other comments or questions?
I'm Tom Regal. I live in 154 Glenwood Drive, 42-year resident of here in the Glade. This has gone along.
Get closer to the microphone.
Closer.
They can't hear you out
It's
there.
hard to hear you.
Try again. My name's Tom
There you
Regal.
go.
I live at 154 Glenwood Drive and been a 42-year resident of Fairfield. Property owner who was part of the Fairfield Glade, Inc. Bankruptcy. Had bought the lot with the promise of sewer and utilities in 5 years. Bought it in 1983. I think it finally closed in 84 with the intent to retire in 93. So I had a beautiful plan, and you all know what happened to the plan. In the agreement with the AG, they offered properties to people that were being affected by it. I was offered one lot, not on a golf course, which my lot is. One lot was vertical, the other was, vertical up. The other was vertical down. So I have been hanging on to that lot for 42 years, waiting for sewer. I have tried to get it, and unfortunately, the land between Westchester and my lot, the majority of the lots are owned by the club or the declarant, I'm not sure which, and probably some of them by the county. But when I tried, I couldn't get to 75%. But anyhow, I'm somewhat suspect of promises, so policies mean a lot to me. This policy, in my opinion, does not reflect well for the community. And to be quite honest, I believe that you all are doing a policy change because after last year, you know you're unlikely to get a CR through any vote of the general public. But let me ask this. And I couldn't hear the answer from our attorney. Have we reviewed all of the A, B, C sections relative to the rights of property owners in this policy?
I'm sorry, say that again?
In writing this policy, have you reviewed the rights of property owners listed in the AVC? Simple question.
The rights of the property owners have been reviewed.
I couldn't hear you.
I said the rights of the property owners have been reviewed, yes.
And you believe that the property owners no longer can have property, sewer extensions beyond?
What I believe is irrelevant.
Okay, what do you believe the law is?
The policy is legal, and I approve it as to form.
Okay? Now, let me ask you this. Since we have in the CNRs no requirement for paved roads whatsoever, not mentioned a lick, and number two, sewer extensions within 300 feet are supposed to be granted, not reviewed and accepted, but granted to property owners. That too has now been removed. So in my estimation, there's probably a good reason why you've made these changes. As I said, I'm convinced that you did it with a policy because you couldn't pass the CNR. But anyhow, that's my point. Thank you.
And I will say again, the two were not connected. The two are not connected. The amendment that failed last year strictly was to give the declarant the right to directly bill for infrastructure installed. Nothing to do with sewer, nothing to do with this policy whatsoever.
Tom Ratcliffe. Two, I hope, simple questions. The first one is, I'm still kind of confused on, Bill, your comment about the approval on some of these that were already done by the board. And maybe it would help if there's developers that were already approved exceptions by the board. A, how many did you do last year, as an example? And B, when do you do them?
Well, let's be clear. Let's clean up the language. There's only one developer.
Exceptions, I said, to the policy. You said there's the builders can come forward and ask for exceptions. Did I not hear that, or am I wrong?
They can ask for an extension.
Ask for an extension, okay, an exception, okay, so an extension. How many extensions that builders came before you and you approved for extensions last year, and when do you do them? What secret meeting do we have?
Come on.
There's no secret meeting.
Well, I don't see it published anywhere that.
There were no extensions that came forward. And the only one that was, I think last year was Tawny Oak. Is that correct?
Sewer department bring them forward.
Well, I'm sorry, 24, okay.
Bruce
We'll use that one as an example. When we did Tawny Oak, that was in public session. Everything we passed was in public session. There were at least 3 votes on that extension.
Right, it was, okay. Thank you, and that's typically what these builders would do. They'd come before you, and you would bring it before us in public session.
Well, probably what we would do, in all honesty, is we would refer it to our sewer and wastewater treatment department to give us a recommendation.
Thank you. The second part, and just to follow up to Jeannie's comments, and Greg, you made the comment that, you know, we don't want to publish these because we'll get into conflicts, the contracts, because we get into contracts with the other person that we made the contract with. It's a very simple thing. For those in business where we all did contracts, you either have a non-disclosure agreement in the contract, or if there's not one, you can publish it. Why wouldn't you publish it if it doesn't have a non-disclosure?
Okay.
Why? It's a question. Why wouldn't you?
Mutual
Maybe
agreement.
it's an attorney question. Scott,
Okay.
Hi, my name's Ned Giddens. I live at 117 Bradford Lane. I'm going to go back to what Isaac said just a minute ago, but is there any language in the AVC that says sewer cannot be installed on gravel or grassy road? Is there any language in there that specifically says that? Come on.
It
Well,
defines,
look,
it
I guess I'm
defines
looking
paved
at our
roads.
liaison with the HDC.
I am too. Is there any language? No, okay.
I
no,
don't know of any
Isaac,
language.
you're on my side.
My side.
He's the liaison with the
It's
HDC.
so there is no mention of it. And if not, we're not in violation. You said we're under violation. What are we specifically under violation for? Or non-compliance?
Non-compliant.
According to the ABC. Legal?
Who said violation?
Hey, non-compliance. I'll change my language.
All right.
Are we non-compliant? Are we in violation based on the ABC that says there
What?
cannot be anything installed on?
What
I'm going to
we-
inform the board to not respond to any questions relating to an open consent decree with the Attorney General's office.
Well, you're actually using that as one of your rulings. You're saying that we're in violation under that based in the 2006
We have never
ruling
said
along
that
with the
we're in
declarant.
violation, excuse me, we've never said that
Okay.
we've never said on the record that we're in violation.
But you're trying
We
to
are not,
comply.
excuse me, I've got the floor, quit interrupting.
No,
We are
can
not
go
in
without
violation,
that.
we have not said we're in violation. And
What
we're
are
not
you saying?
answering any more questions about the AVC.
So, but that's playing a huge part of what you are trying to make a change on, correct? You said it earlier, MK, you said it in your
We're allowed to
presentation.
follow paved roads, we intend to follow some paved roads, but we've never said we're not gonna issue a permit for a gravel road, have we, MK? Ever?
No.
No, we've not. It's in the discretion of the board. It's always been in the discretion of the board.
not what I
And
heard
I
earlier.
wanna know, why is what one contractor wants so much more important than 13,000 members in Fairfield? Why does the board want to look at one road as opposed to, how many roads do we have, Greg?
Oh, geez, I know that answer, but I don't have it in front of me.
So,
What I'm
again,
hearing is a lot of
you're
special
saying- you're
interest.
saying,
I'm not
okay,
hearing a membership
hey,
interest.
let me have the floor for a minute. You're sitting over there for, you've been over there on your phone, you've been over
You're
there
the one that put
non-determined.
me on the floor.
So, all right, who brought up this need to change? Who brought it up originally? You said it's been on amongst the conversation of you board members for a year. Who brought it up to the board to say, we need to discuss this?
I brought it up to the board over a year ago.
You did?
I did.
And yet some of the board members didn't know anything about it till a couple of months ago when this change was put in policy?
No, that's.
No,
And-
that's not,
okay.
that's more false information that special interests are
Okay,
trying
well,
to
we'll
float
see.
around the members.
Who wrote these proposed changes?
I drafted changes.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Have all the board been involved in this change since inception? Since the inception of it, have all of you been involved?
The discussions on these predated elections, so no, some of these people weren't on the board.
Only one.
Only
No.
Isaac.
Two.
Well, you were on the board. The only one wasn't is Isaac.
No, I was not.
No.
on the
Okay,
board.
you and Mark, okay. Okay, got that issue. What violation are we in now that we weren't previous?
We've never stated we're in violation.
Why the change now when we weren't in previous years? Compliance with what? You keep throwing compliance, Scott.
Alignment with the
All right,
CNRs.
then let's change the labeling. Alignment. What makes it now? You can add any verbiage you want to, but what, Scott, what
It's
is?
just, as we've said, policies are periodically reviewed. A lot of policies are periodically reviewed.
And yet
This
this
is
one
one
has
of them.
never needed to be changed and everything's worked fine for all these
Periodically,
years.
well, that's the question.
Then leave
Did
it
it
alone.
work fine?
Here's the biggest change.
You
Who does
change
this
policy,
change- oh,
you
okay.
change policy when you see something that needs to be or should be changed.
Well, why does it need to be changed if it wasn't broken before then?
It was broken. It was
It
not
was
aligned
broken.
with the CNRs.
The CNR or the AVC?
Both, isn't it? Yeah.
Not aligned, okay. New language. Ah, who does this change benefit the most? The members of Fairfield Glade or the declarant? Who's it benefit the most? And
I would make the case, the members of Fairfield Glade.
How?
Because,
Plan development.
Oh, I've already got that.
What's that, Scott?
Plan development.
Yeah, this is what gets us down to is planned development. You can have what I call one-off development. Yeah, we can keep going 300 feet with sewer every single time, and you'll add 2 or 3 more homes, maybe 6. And what you'll get then is an argument about what kind of road you're going to have. Whereas if we can get the rules set correctly so that we can have the conversation about what planned development looks at, and again, you take a look at, and I'll just give you a couple examples, Chestnut Ridge, Maple Ridge, which is going in, that's planned development. It's not 2 or 3 lots, it's somewhere between 50 and 75. Now, forget about the price of those homes, because I'm not going to get into that. That's a different story. But the fact is, looking at development of 50 to 75 or whatever the number is, homes, is a lot better than doing 2 or 3 offshoots every time and then arguing about what kind of road it's going to be there. I would guess, if you were a resident back here in 1970, okay, and I would guess if I were a resident in 1970, and people told me, what kind of road do I want? I would say I want a paved road. I don't think most people would have said, yeah, give me a gravel road, or better yet, give me a grass road. This allows us to look at development in a planned way that benefits this community. That's why in the section that MK has read a couple times, it talks about the fundamental or the primary goal of what we're supposed to be doing is residential development. But it's planned residential development, not haphazard.
Who builds the roads here?
I don't know.
Who's going to build them now? Declarant has all the rights to build the roads, correct?
He contracts some of that out?
No, but he has to say so, yes or no.
That's correct.
Correct.
And that's not changing.
That's not changing. So, again, I would think saying that the benefit for hard surface roads, which you're trying to add that language is, only benefits the declarant on what roads he proposes to build or that he contracts out or whatever other language you say.
He has, these are questions for the
These
declarant.
that's a yes or no question.
No, it's not.
No,
This
it's
allows
not.
us to plan where the sewers go.
But he doesn't have to build the road.
We have to work in cooperation to build sewer and
How many roads
together.
has the declarant built since he's been here?
What's the relevance of that question?
No, how many has he?
I don't know,
I
but
don't
what's
know.
the relevance of the question?
Well, the relevance is he's not built too many based on what I know.
We're still growing
I've been
at
here
over
13
Well, how many do you
years.
think he's built?
Huh?
How many do you think he's built?
I don't think he's built but about 2.
Well,
And
that's
those are
right.
in subdivisions
That's
he
not true.
built.
So Greg, I don't say a lot, but the declarant has built every single road in this community. Every single road. Every single road, whether it was Fairfield Communities or Wyndham, the declarant has built every single road in this community.
I built several roads, Mark.
Okay, so let's take the majority, but the declarant has.
But who does it rely on now? One person. He can't build a road anymore. Based on the new ruling, correct?
No,
Based
the
on
roads,
the
the
old
roads will
rules.
be.
Yeah, but he can't build a new road.
That's not a new rule.
Yeah, well, again.
It has nothing
it
to
was
do with the
allowed once,
policy.
it's going to be
Nothing
allowed
to do
again.
with the policy.
All right, I guess this is one other thing. Just, good gosh. Who here right now, all you board members, anyone legal, knows more about our sewage system and how it works than anyone?
Bruce Evans.
Bruce,
Okay. Have y'all had have you all had conversations as a board with Bruce to get his input put on this agenda?
We've had
What
his
was
input.
Bruce's views on what he thinks the changes are?
I'll let Bruce talk for himself.
All right.
I just think it's important to draw the government's matrix distinction.
Yeah.
And Bruce, before you speak, I'm cautioning, you are employed as an operator, an operations. We do not, let me say this, let me finish, please. And I have advised Bruce on this, I'll advise all SMTs. We are not in the policy-making business. Yes, we advise, and there can be reasons that the board has for policy decisions. That is not our role to debate with the board the merits. We make recommendations, the board ultimately makes the decision on policy. We deal with operations. That is a distinct separation. between the governance model that exists in all private communities.
Okay, then we won't ask Bruce to speak, because it might cost him his job, is what you're saying.
I'm
And
not
so-
saying that, no,
No,
I'm
that's what
not.
we're kind of saying here, because it's in a.
Bruce
it's in
has,
correct.
I'm just saying, Bruce has spoken, and I can assure you,
No.
many times, and Bruce knows that. And we have
But again,
disagreements.
I think if I'm reading the room right now, and looking at, I would think this is already passed regardless of the comments and conversations. Because I see the scowls on faces, I see the only sticking to what MK presented earlier. And again, this has been on the public or the residents board since December, I think it was. Isn't it December? Yeah, about a month ago when we first got it. Then y'all had to send out another email saying, here's the side-by-side. Then you come up at the end of the day, said we got to come up with specific numbers and everything like that, but yet you haven't given us but a couple of weeks. And everybody gets your emails. I hope y'all know that. We only have one form of communication in this community you think everyone gets, and that's email. And there's a lot of residents here who don't get those emails. Maybe their own fault, but whatever, they don't. So I don't think you're getting 100% representation of the way the members feel on, yet again, another change, that it wasn't broken before, but now it needs to be. So I think I know the way the vote's going to go, but I could be surprised, but I don't think they're taking into consideration livelihoods of some of these contractors. These are only two of what many are here who make their living in this community to better this community, and yet we're making a change that's going to tie their hands. And that's basically it. Thanks, guys.
Dick Osman again, Chestnut Ridge Lane. I just want to correct something that was said. You said there was only one extension last year. There were 3 extensions done on Wimberley and Travis Stock Lane. So that's 4 that were done last year. This is why people in the audience have a problem. I'm not on the board, but I happen to know there were 3 extensions done on that. I'm not on the board. You guys are. You're giving wrong information again, and this is one of the problems that the membership has. Give us the correct information the first time. There were 3 extensions more last year.
What I said was there was an extension in 2024. Tonio.
It was over, they asked you about last year. if
And I
there
said
was
I didn't know.
extensions.
I didn't know of any. That's what I said.
And you're the board president? Huh.
Okay.
All right, we'll take one more.
Paul King, 32 Chatham Court. I'm going to be real quick here. I'm going to ask 3 board members. I feel for these builders here, as well as Isaac. Isaac's a top-end builder. There's others over here, they're struggling. So I'm going to ask this question. Given the declarant, as you just said, will have more control, Mary Kay, will any builder be hurt with the declarant having more power?
Declarant's
Yes or
not
no?
getting more
The
power.
declarant doesn't have more power with this.
Will any of these builders, will
can
any of these builders be hurt?
The builders can request for the
Will
extensions.
any builder be hurt? Yes or no?
How can you answer that
Can't
question?
answer
They can
that.
request a sewer.
Isaac,
That's Isaac's
thank
opinion.
you. Mr. Jones?
We're not taking a
We're not
vote.
taking a vote.
Exactly. Okay, my last question is, after hearing this, a little away from the sewer thing, did you not say back in the CNR amendment that there was only 300 buildable A lots at one time?
I said something like that,
You
but
did.
it was,
And then you raised it to 900.
I don't remember that part, but
You didn't do
I
your-
didn't have the right
And now
number.
I just heard there was 3,000 buildable A lots. What
well,
is it?
no, that's not true.
Well, but I
That's
did hear that.
3,000 A lots, not all of them are buildable.
Okay,
You've
but I
been
did-
around here enough to know that not every
Okay,
lot
so how many
here is
buildable A lots are there?
I can't tell you right
Okay,
off the
that's
top
what
of
I
my head.
thought.
Keith, I need to ask you, are you asking as a reporter now, or are you asking as a member?
As a reporter.
Okay?
Okay, my name's Keith Robinson. I live at 118 Morris Lane. I'm also a freelance writer for the Glade Sun. This will be a quick question, probably a quick answer, but I wanted to ask it before the vote is taken, just so that we're all, everyone here is clear on the procedure of this vote. With all due respect to Board Members Zerker and Anderson, I want to ask if they should abstain from voting.
I will be asking that question here in a second.
Because they have business interest, or maybe it's something for Mr. Chadwell to answer. Thank you.
This is the last one.
I have a very quick comment. Currently, it doesn't say hard surface roads. That's what's being added. If you add that now and it gets approved, if later you want to go back and take hard surface roads out, it is likely the declarant will veto that and you won't have the option to go backwards. So I would strongly suggest that hard surface roads be removed from the proposal.
All right. We have a motion before us.
Hold it. I have comment. And based on everything I've said, I'm going to withdraw my second. A lot of different comments, even though I disagree with them wholeheartedly. And I resent at times being accused of doing something to give the declarant more power. That said, even though we've gone through extensively on this policy, extensive legal review, extensive conversations, we do have a policy review committee. And to Isaac's point, what's the rush? I don't think the outcome is going to be any different, Isaac. I really don't. But I am willing to give another 60 days to engage the PRC committee in review, to give this group another look, another view from another perspective.
All right. So you withdrew your second.
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion to approve? Okay. What? So we have a motion and a second. Now,
she is the declarant representative. She does not have a legal conflict that would prevent her. That's in the declaration. Go read it.
Go read it, yes.
Go read it. I'm not her lawyer. She can vote, she can second, she can move motions. It's in the declaration.
Now, in this full disclosure, is there anyone who feels like they need to recluse themselves from this vote?
Why should I recluse my vote and not Isaac? Like, this doesn't affect the declarant. This sewer policy is giving the board the power to approve where the sewer goes, as that is their right in the CNRs. It does not give me any power.
Now, full disclosure, and I'm asking you the question, Isaac, because we talked about it a little yesterday. Do you own B and C lots that fall into the 300-foot limit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we all understand, but you're not reclusing yourself from the vote.
Does the declarant own lots that fall within the 300-foot rule?
Yeah, maybe they do, but they're exempt under the declaration. That's the declarant's representative. You may not like it, nobody likes it, but it's baked in, folks. It's legal. Why, that's just the way it is. Mr. Zerker's not the declarant. He will never be the declarant. He doesn't have the power to be the declarant. And I'm not saying that personally. But he is a private builder who has interest in Fairfield. Now, whether or not he wants to declare a conflict, that's up to him. I can't do that. I'm not making him do that, but I'm saying that's his decision to do.
When this is not comments from the audience right now.
We're done.
Sorry.
No more comments.
Isaac.
Really think that you should hold Q&A sessions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Comments are done.
Comment
We're moving
section's
on.
over.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Comments are over. Comments are over.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a motion. We have a motion in front of the board right now. Comments are done.
Thank you for your respect to the members.
So, Isaac, so.
Well, I guess since I have our legal counsel here.
Please be quiet.
Kenneth, can you answer that? Should I recuse myself from voting on this?
You can, but I can't say whether you have to. That's entirely your decision. I'm not making you, I'm not making you, I can't, that's only a decision that Mr. Zerka can make for himself.
I am not going to recuse myself.
Okay, all right. Is there any other discussion from the board? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion to approve?
Aye.
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 Monica? You're abstaining. Isaac?
You said approve. You haven't asked for
Approve.
nays.
This is to approve the policy.
I'm not voting to approve the policy.
So that's a no.
That's a
You
no.
didn't
Okay.
ask for no's. You asked for
What's
who
that?
approved.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right, I'm sorry. Thank you, Scott. Keep me honest here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 for the approval. All those,
Where's 4?
1, 2, 3, 4, F-O-R.
Oh.
All those opposed?
I oppose.
I oppose.
All those abstain?
I abstain, giving more information.
So that's a 3 to 2 to 1. And the, since that's not a majority.
Q&A questions are going to help,
Hold
then
on.
I'm with you.
Hold on.
Then I'm with you.
Hold on,
So
hold on. We still
I'm
have to
not
finish.
voting for it at this
We still
point
have
in
to
time.
finish a vote. We still have to finish a vote. The president will vote for. That's 4, 2, 1. The motion passes.
No. 4 to 2. 4 to 2.
All right? All right. Let's get to the next order of business.
You represent me?
Sure. Which I've got to find it now. We have new business, appointments to the Government
Let's-
Relations Committee.
Greg, can I recommend we take a small break to allow the room to clear?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back here, okay? Okay.
That's the answer in reference to how many of them, how many extensions we did in 25.
Just say it.
Do you want me to say
Yeah,
it?
yeah, go on ahead. Okay, we're going to get started here in a second. We did find out the answer to one of the questions. Ned, I think I don't know if you're still here, but we'll give you the answer. So go on ahead, Jason.
So the question was asked of how many extensions in 2025?
Sewer extensions.
Sewer extensions. And according to Jeremy, who's in the accounting department that does sewer billing, he said that we started and finished 6 in 2025. 5 were within 300 feet, and 1 was started by the board, as indicated earlier.
Yeah.
So that's the answer to that question.
Okay. With that in mind, there's a couple of committee appointments that we have to make first. So we'll get to the staffing study after this. The president names or recommends members to the Government Relations Committee. The people that have been serving on the board on that committee, we're adding one new one, who's a guy by the name of David Stout. And the other 3 that remain are John Wedgeworth, Phil Smith, and Greg Hansen. Some of you know these people. John obviously was here. He's the chairperson of the planning committee for the county. Phil Smith was here. He's the board member on VEC. Greg Hansen, who you may or may not know, he's the chairperson for the Water Authority. And David Stout, who's been a long-time member here and has held positions with the county. His wife is currently on the school board. We thought that would be a good addition. Now, the 2 people that are the board liaisons for that committee are MK and myself. So there are other people that come. We meet twice a month, and the first meeting of the month, the first Thursday of the month, Mayor Foster comes, and then the third meeting we have commissioners come. They have some rules that they can't be in the same room at the same time, or they become public meetings. So we have to split the 2 to get them both in there. But the other people that we're appointing today, all have, except for David, have been on the committee now for the last couple of years. So we don't take a vote on that. So what I need is a motion from the board to approve.
I move that we approve David Stout.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yes, that's what it said. Oh, I'm sorry. We need a motion to approve all of them. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I move that we approve all the committee members, including David Stout as a new committee member.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now, one other one that people ought to know about is the election committee. That's an appointed one. The board gave me the right to appoint them yesterday. Kathy Tipton, who was the chair last year, she will remain on. Michael Sharrow, Sue Epler, and Gene Donovan, all who served last year. There may be one more coming, but it was important that we did that because by our bylaws, we have to have that election committee named at least 180 days before the election. So if we waited till the March meeting, we would have been a little late, a couple days late, but that group will be going on. That one we don't vote on, that's an appointed committee. All right. With that in mind, I think Candace Neely, our Director of HR, you're up.
Hi, I'm Candace Neely. Good afternoon. What I'm going over today is our staffing study. So what I will be sharing with you today is the purpose of a staffing study, why we are going with an external consultant, the task of a staffing study, what the timeline looks like, and what the cost is for the staffing study. So we'll get started with the purpose. There's there are several reasons that we do a staffing study. The first one is to identify if Fairfield Glade Community Club is overstaffed, understaffed, or appropriately staffed relative to workload, service standards, and budget. We want to align people, skills, and roles, assess existing roles to make sure that the skill sets match current and planned business requirements. We want to examine the staff schedules and how they're allocated across locations, shifts, and functions. This will improve our coverage, efficiency, and safety. We want to justify budget and positions. And by doing this study, we will provide data that supports requests for full-time employees, reclassifications, and restructures. We also want to improve role clarity and effectiveness. We want to clarify responsibilities, eliminate redundant tasks, and also identify where technology or process changes can free up staff for higher work value. So why an external consultant? Well, there are several reasons. The first reason being an external consultant, they're not influenced by internal relationships or history. They can compare staffing ratios, role design, scheduling practices within industry norms, highlighting where we are lean, overbuilt, or out of date, change management. So studies show that employees are often more receptive to recommendations from neutral experts, and it also gives the SMTs and the board defensible justification for adding or eliminating positions. So I reached out to multiple consultants and firms. I reached out to 7 different firms. I had meetings with 6 out of the 7, and 3 out of the 6 no longer perform staffing studies. So, and I got 2 proposals. So the proposal that I think is the best for Fairfield Glade Community Club would be Matrix. And I say this because we are a very unique organization, and Matrix has extensive experience in all areas of our organization. For example, they've completed a staffing study for law enforcement agencies, and they determine their staffing needs by looking at all aspects of the department using data such as calls for service, call types, priority level, average time spent on calls, and response times and service level targets. They have extensive experience in Tennessee and nationally. They are going to tailor their services to meet our organizational needs. They are a highly experienced analytical team. They employ 32 full-time employees and 7 part-time. They've worked with almost 2,000 public sector entities doing these same types of studies. They were incorporated in 2003 in California. They have 6 regional offices, and they are authorized to conduct business in Tennessee. So next, I'm going to take you through what this study will include and what it looks like. So the first thing they're going to do is and I'm going to call these tasks. So the first task that they're going to do is they're going to develop a current state profile and an organizational framework. This involves interviews of the SMTs, reviewing available information that we provide them, and understanding the staffing and responsibilities in each function. So the task result is a current state profile of staffing, workload, performance goals, operational structure, and organizational structure of all of our departments. The second task that they're going to do is an employee survey. So this is essential because they're going to be gathering input from all of our affected employees in the studies to develop our organizational future state. This survey gives the project team an understanding of our current organizational culture, communications, and level of support provided by internal service functions, level of interaction between departments, and workplace attitudes. So the task result of this will be a summary of the survey results that will be presented that highlights key findings overall and by demographics, meaning the department, the employee type, and the tenure. Task number 3 will be to conduct a best practice assessment. This will be developing a gap assessment of organizational strengths and potential improvement needs, and looking at best practice. So it's a best practice assessment which will focus on organizational structure, spans of control, staffing approaches, policies and procedures, processes, and operational practices for each department. The task result of this will be comparison of organizational structure, staffing, service delivery processes, and operational practices against industry's best practices. The next task will be the organizational and staffing analysis. This will be analyzing the staff and organizational needs for the departments. This will include a review of our current workload, our service level expectations, develop a workload-driven staffing requirement for each department. They'll be outlining the number of positions needed to meet the desired service demands. And this is also really important, and one of the reasons Matrix is the best for this. They're going to develop a 5-year projection of additional staffing needs to meet communities' future service demands. So the task result for this will be a report that provides a comprehensive analysis of the organizational, management, and staffing needs of the departments and provide that 5-year staffing projections. Task 5, they do a fee analysis, which is a cost of service study. So the task result of this cost of service study will be revised rates and cost recovery approaches for each of our major fee and rate structures. These rates will include the recommended staffing identified in our report. The model will provide the ability in the future to adjust based on our operational changes. And then the last task will be the draft and the final reports, and of course the implementation plan. So this will include an executive summary, a methodology, the clear recommendations, and a detailed implementation plan. So the timing, it is a 5-month project, and they could start as soon as 2 weeks from now. But as you can see, each of the tasks that I just listed usually takes about 1.5 months to 2 months to complete. And then the last part is the cost. So here is the cost. It is $115,000 for the 5-month projects, and it does show all the hours and them coming to the location to meet with all of our SMTs. So, any questions?
Microphone.
Hello, I'm Patricia Parkinson. I live on Harley Circle. Just a quick question.
Yes.
How will the impact of Wyndham properties, I don't know if there's overlap in demands for our services and our amenities when the Wyndham properties, or whatever they're going to be called, are populated. So in the timing perspective, how will that affect this study if we go through it now and then all of a sudden there's a big change and an influx?
Well, the good part about that question is, I understand what you're saying, but they're going to look at right now, as of now, with Wyndham not being here, but they're also going to look at the next 5 years too of somebody else taking over. We still don't know what that looks like, but they're prepared to help us with all that, and they're very well aware of the situation with the Wyndham.
Okay, so I'm sure we have data points from how Wyndham affected our staffing when they were populated. Have you taken that into consideration with the projections for 5 years?
Well, we don't know what that effect looks like yet.
But we know what it was.
Right.
So has that been looked at? Like, for instance, when the condos were full, we had this many people playing golf and now we don't. So have they looked at that?
Well, they haven't started the study, but they will be looking at all of these factors.
The past data?
Yes.
So our snack bar needed 10 people at one time, and now we're laying them off. And what are they basing what they're going to recommend based on? Is it going to be then another slow build for these employees that then burdened with the extra load of full condos? Just asking. The timing is a little bit skewed from my thought process.
Which with the timing, we're trying to get it done, of course, to justify budget numbers and stuff like that and how to prepare for everything.
But also, if I understand correctly, Candace, this study has never been done before. So our prior staffing may or may not, and they'll be looking at redundancies and things of that nature. So this really is creating for us a baseline. I understand your point as well, but then we'll project relative to revenue and uses and as far as all kinds of things, rounds of golf, dining, and that sort of thing that may or may not be impacted as growth.
The good news is that for a number of these things, we do have the Wyndham usage, if you will. We know how many Wyndham members played golf or how many rounds they did. We know what their impact was on food and beverage. We know what it was on marinas. It was only marginal on racket sports. So we know what those were, so we can either take them out or change them around or do what we need to do to look at the volumes and see what it does to the staffing model. Does that make sense?
Not really, because our police force is tasked much greater when all those condos are full of people coming in and out. Wouldn't you agree? There's oh, come on. An empty condo doesn't task a police officer as much as a whole community of people. And so you're going to base the staffing on empty condos or empty, I don't know how many units are going to be empty or that are.
And we don't know the answer to that either.
We know they're empty right now, so we're about to embark on a study of
they're going to have to
empty.
include
We
assumptions
have an
about
existing
workload impacts and all
population
that type of stuff.
of which Wyndham was, we have an existing population of over 10,000 people, of which Wyndham had 480 units.
Yeah.
I don't think that's drastically going to move the needle on the policing power needs to meet the community's needs. But I'll defer to.
That's why we're doing the study.
Right.
Well, you roll those units, they're not just 480 people. Yeah, but you're rolling it. Of course, please.
Yeah.
Of course.
So of course, I don't have the stats to give you today, but I can develop those for you, and that will be part of the staffing study. But I can tell you, yes. Do we have calls of service at Wyndham? Absolutely. Is it comparative to what we do in the community? I would say no. And again, this is just my 10 years of almost 11 years being here and responding to those calls. And the other thing to take in consideration is Wyndham, they're temporary guests. So if they're a problem, they're a temporary problem versus a long-term problem. So again, yes, there is an increase of service, but nothing that's going to drastically impact the numbers because it's not that prevalent, if that helps. Hi, my name's Kate Self. I'm the chief of police here, sir. I apologize. I should have done that first.
Just my question for you is, what is their experience with completing surveys for like tourist type communities? I guess that would have been a better question. So the residents here bear the burden of 365 per year, okay? We have tourists and we're gonna have large influxes because we're gonna get those condos rented. So we're bearing the largest burden of that in the expenses. So does this company have experience with tourism or, variations of populations in seasonal places?
Yes, they do. They have a lot, they do a lot of communities across the United States. It's not just, because they're out of California, so they complete about 2,000.
Right, seasonal is different than, fixed. That's where I'm getting at.
Right, which we have discussed all of these factors with
Good.
the company, and I felt very confident. They actually provided me references, which I've reached out to. They also provided me 2 studies that they've done in the past, one being a police force, just because I had told them that we do have that, and I was very impressed, because even with the fee analysis, they broke down each For the police department, they broke down each service that they provided for the community, whether it be fingerprints, all of that, what the charge was, and what each item cost that company to do. So,
And so I'm not just talking about the police, fire for our community.
Fire
That's
are
not
not
our
part of our
employees.
study.
Okay, no, they're not our employees, but they are a service that we as a community call
But-
demand on.
but
And when
they
there's
have-
an
they have to
influx
do-
or a population change, that's just my concern.
No,
Okay.
it's a good concern, but
All right.
it will not be part of the study.
yeah, the fire won't. It's
EMS?
just our staff.
Our EMS?
It's just going to be our staff. It's our staffing study. So it's going to be golf, racket sports, admin.
Arena.
Yes.
Snack
Every-
bars.
yes.
All the places that
They're
have
gonna be
kind of
staffing
had
every-
layoffs.
Yes.
So then there's going to be a justification climb for all of our supervisors and managers to get it restaffed again.
Yes.
Tom Radcliffe. I'm support that I think we're premature. I've said this before, especially we're going to do a master plans. We're going to do a master plan study, you know, which would be more data points for this firm. So I still think this is premature. But a couple of the comments that you mentioned and the lady before mentioned, but you said they're going to tailor it to our needs. And example, and you've used it, is the police department. So let's talk about that. Are they going to take into consideration what we do versus what the county could be doing? And will that be part of their recommendation? Because we take on services, let's be clear, on the police department, that if we didn't have one, the county would have to take on. So they've got to factor that into their staffing analysis, and I'm sure there's other ones like it. The second piece of that would be, you mentioned looking at best practices and so forth. We are still a little bit different, as we're often reminded as members. We are an HOA. We are not a community. POA, excuse me, POA. I do that all the time. So there are differences, and I don't know what experience they've had in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Dave Henderson. I'm at 148 Sugar Bush. And my statements to you is, what have you done internally to figure out what your staffing is needed? Do you have job descriptions for everyone?
Absolutely.
And are you having problems filling those jobs?
Our recruiting is going great right now, actually.
Well, then why have them come in now?
What now?
Why have them come in now?
Because we want to look at the head count. We want to make sure, because there's never been a staffing study to come in and say what the best way for this organization is.
I think you've got some pretty good talent right here in this board. I'm sure they could help you do that.
I'm not feeling that way today.
I don't see a reason to spend this kind of money for something like that.
Sounds like
Whether it's
you're
Matrix or any other consulting firm coming in at this point.
Thank you.
Finished? Okay, what we need is a motion.
I move that we approve $115,000 for the staffing study.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion at the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. William. Where's William? Oh, that's why I didn't recognize him. He's not got
How
a
many
hat on.
pickleballers are here? 4 years ago, we started this, looking at this, 4 years ago. And we're at the point now we're going to make a recommendation. And William's got a lot of information. I don't want to steal his show. I do want to make sure everybody recognizes him without a hat and a tennis racket. This is William. 4 years ago, the Racket Center Committee presented a proposal to the board, and that was, at that time, it needed to be done. And it was based on pickleball being the fastest growing sport in the country. We've seen it nationally. We've seen it here at Fairfield Glade, and I'm sure once you see William's numbers, you'll get it. And as we've talked about, we've got continuing membership, we've got contention, we got space issues at the Racket Center right now because tennis is continuing to grow as well. And that's a good place to be. We have an outstanding amenity that people are using, they enjoy it, and we've talked to a lot of a couple of different realtor firms over here in the last couple of years, and home buyers are looking at their locations. What are the pickleball facilities? What are the racket sports facilities that you have? We've got great golf, but the growing need for pickleball, not just for the member use, but also for our future home buyers is huge. And William will present the information and show that to you. And with that, I'll turn it over to William. What is your official title now? Director of Recreation now, promoted, huh? There we go. Wait.
Didn't know what to do with me, so they just made up something for me. So, thanks, Scott. So the first off I want to do is introduce our team members for the steering committee. So when I say your name, please stand or wave or however you want to be introduced. So volunteers on the committee were Ann Massoud, Dan Dietz, Julie Schaefer, Ron Johnson, and Terry Hanna. Staff members were myself. Yeah, thanks, appreciate that. Greg Reppert, who's in the back, Harry Hibbs, Bill Ward, Jason Lambert, and Bruce Evans has been a part of our team from the beginning, so I don't want to forget him. And then our board liaison, who spoke a second ago, Scott Hardeman. So as Scott mentioned, our goal as a committee is to come up with a proposal to expand the pickleball facilities at the Racket Center. Our goal is to propose a year-round dedicated pickleball facility, not only for pickleball, but also for the continued growth of tennis, so both sports can continue to grow on their own and separately. And this is what we have come up with. So the first thing we're going to discuss is a brief overview of our presentation as a whole. So as Scott mentioned earlier, pickleball continues to be one of the fastest growing sports in America. At the Racket Center, pickleball demand currently exceeds capacity during inclement weather. That's your heat, cold, wind, rain, your winter months, your hot summer days. Pickleball demand will exceed fair weather capacity sooner rather than later. And then in 2022, 35% of new residents selected pickleball as an activity they would like to participate in. And just a little quick note on that, I teach the pickleball apprentice class. I know most pickleball players here were a participant in that, so thanks for keep playing. We do about 8 to 10 classes a year, and over the course of 3 or 4 years, those classes have regularly been full. That's up to 10 players per class. Our retention rate for those classes are about 60%. So every month, every 6 weeks, we're growing by 6 to 8 players. And that's continuing to grow, so that's roughly 50 to 60 players a year keep coming in and keep wanting to play pickleball. And then one key point for the Racket Center is our revenue is driven by you all, the members. 80% of our revenue is from the membership. All right, let's do a quick little history lesson on the growth of pickleball around the nation. So participation boom. Pickleball has surged from just under 5 million players in 2021 to just shy of 20 million players in 24, and that number is going to be over 20 million in 25 when the final numbers come out for last year. There's been rising corporate investment in pickleball, not only in the equipment, but also the players and also the facilities. Several major players, State Farm, Nike, Carvana, are starting to invest in the pickleball arena. They are investing in the professional leagues, the PPA, and the Major League Pickleball. For those that aren't familiar, those leagues would be similar to your PGA, your NFL, MLB teams that play throughout the course of the year. And of course, if you watch TV at all, you can't go too long without seeing pickleball being featured either in a commercial or during the program itself. Pickleball courts are expanding rapidly. Last year alone, 18,000 new pickleball courts were constructed across the United States. And if we want to stay competitive in our market, we need to invest, as other facilities or other areas have done, such as Tellico Village. Within the past 5 years, they've covered 4 of their pickleball courts. Tennessee National just built 5 or 6 outdoor pickleball courts, and a pickleball-only resort just south of Nashville called Paddle Creek just built a barn dominium where you can reserve and play pickleball for a weekend and stay in a nice fancy barn. So to stay in this space, we want to invest in pickleball to stay competitive. So how does those numbers compare to our current situation at the Racket Center? So rising demand. Tennis and pickleball are growing steadily, as Scott mentioned earlier. Both cannot continue to grow in the current space. Let me explain that. Because in our current indoor Racket Center, courts 3 and 4, who has historically been tennis courts 3 and 4, have been lined for pickleball. So whenever we give pickleball time to play, we lose out. Our tennis players lose out on time. Whenever we give tennis players time to play on those courts, pickleball players lose out. And we are pretty much at the max time that we can allot for both sports. One's going to lose out over the other, and that's not a good situation we want to be if we want to continue to grow racket sports in Fairfield Glade. As I mentioned earlier, pickleball capacity is maxed. Fairweather capacity will be maxed within 2 years. Indoor capacity is almost already at its max. Tennis is nearing capacity if we continue on this path. Tennis will be maxed out within 5 years. Once again, to stay competitive, we need to invest in pickleball. And cash flow. At the Racket Center, we are now a cash flow positive amenity since 2021. This is due to the fact of the growth in pickleball revenue and players. So I'll show you some data here that explains our continued growth in pickleball. I know it's hard to see in the back, but what we're looking at is number of players and hours over the course of 6 years. The orange line is the number of players, and the bar graph is the number of hours. So as our players have grown, our hours have grown by the same trend line. I'll give you the numbers here in a second. Once again, the more players, the more hours, the more revenue you're going to see. So about the same trend line, the more revenue that we're seeing from the pickleball community. Once again, this is 80% of this is from our members. So a table that breaks this down a little bit further. So key takeaways from those slides. From 21 to 25, our hours of play grew by more than 162%. Our player count from 21 to 25 grew by more than 250%. In the same time frame, our revenue jumped 295%. And once again, 80% was from you all, the membership. And the column that our committee really looked at was the courts needed. And that courts needed is just the industry standard for a facility, 75 players per court. That will allow for our players to play as much pickleball as they would like to without feeling like they are being kicked off the court. So right now, in 25, we needed roughly 12 courts for our players to feel comfortable. That's pretty much where we are. We have 8 outdoor courts, and we have 6 temporary courts indoors. They're not available all the time, so we'll just do rough math and say 12 playable courts at the Racket Center. So going forward, we're going to need several more courts to continue on our growth. So our committee put all these numbers together, and we said, well, what can we do to help the growth of pickleball? Go back to our primary task of coming up with a year-round dedicated facility. So I said, we need a facility, so let's find out what our members want in that facility. So the first thing we did was do a little community research and come up with some highlights of what our members would like to see in a pickleball complex. So we did the research, quick questionnaire, and the highlights from that, which wasn't too surprising from us, but we just wanted to make sure that's what our membership wanted. A couple of very high level, the top request. We want the best lighting. Very important when you play indoor pickleball or outdoor pickleball, that the lighting is very important because it's a quick sport. You're much closer than you are in other sports. Members want restrooms close by. Yep. Climate control, if it's going to be in a space, we want to make sure our members are comfortable playing all hours of the day. One key point, we want the optimal playing surface, and I'll explain why that's important. Right now, our outdoor courts, each court is roughly 30 by 60. The end of the new standard is 34 by 64. So a little bit shorter than what the minimum standard for new courts is. And the reason why they moved it up to 34 by 64 is you can comfortably put dividers, court separation, have gate access with each court in that space. If you were to put fencing around a court that's only 30 by 60, you're going to run into the fence, you're going to run into the separators consistently, which is not a safe environment for our pickleball players to play in. So then our next, especially mine. Yeah, especially those where their brakes don't work as good as their accelerators. So, all right. Task was where can we find some facilities that have these points? There we go. Where can we go to visit facilities that have that? Well, Knoxville, just down the road, several pickleball facilities. So our team drove over to Knoxville and visited 4 pickleball facilities. A little bit of a tongue twister to say their names, but I'll give it a shot. So we visited the Pavilion of Pickleball, Pickleville, Premier Pickleball Club, and Pickleball Playground. So those 4 facilities, we assessed how they had their courts arranged, what lighting did they have, how do they keep it climate controlled, the visibility, the social area, how did players check in, how do they go on and off games to be engaged in the players while they played, and also while they finished up playing. And then one facility, one of our members was from Dayton, Ohio. He knew a facility up there, Black Barn. We called them and kind of got some pros and cons of what they have done in the past. So after our benchmarking, after our research, put our heads together and said, what options do we have to give you all what you all need and want? So one thing, the Racket Sports Committee, as Scott mentioned, several years ago, did a Kepner-Trago analysis to kind of see what options we have to continue to grow pickleball. So we revisited that briefly just to see if any of those were relevant today, and the top findings were still relevant. So one option, we could either cover our existing courts or we could build over our existing courts. That would help with inclement weather, but it would not help with forecasted demand, nor would it help with having court separation dividers. It'd be very difficult to expand those widths. We would most likely lose courts more than we would gain courts if we went that route. We could build 8 new outdoor courts. That would help with demand, but it would not help with our primary goal of coming up with a year-round dedicated pickleball facility, so both tennis and pickleball can continue to grow. So the option that made the most sense was to come up with a dedicated indoor pickleball facility. So after we review that, I want to make sure we follow these bullet points. We want to make sure we were building what the community wants. That's based on the input that we received through that questionnaire, and that's based on usage data to make sure that we are building for the future, not just for today. We want to do it right for the long term. Once again, build it for the future, not just for today to have sustained growth. We want to maintain our competitive position. We want to make sure we are expanding our pickleball or racket sports facilities to attract future home buyers, to potentially, leaning into the next point, enable us to have major tournaments, events, have pros come out, do some clinics, do some things that people would like to come out and participate in. And of course, we wanted to make sure that we still used our research from our questionnaire and from our site visits. So what is our recommendation? Our committee's recommendation is 10 indoor pickleball courts. We want these pickleball courts to be fully enclosed. It's a metal building. It's a scaled-down version of what we currently have over at the Racket Center. We want quality lighting, 75 to 90-foot candles. Climate control, cushioned floors, USAPA recommended court dimensions with fence separations. USAPA is USA Pickleball, the governing body. Check-in area, spectator areas for tournament viewing, and key point, a new parking lot, because as we grow pickleball, we need more parking for our players. If you've ever been to the Racket Center during a craft show weekend, it is not much fun. So it expands our facilities for not just our events, but also the community events as well. Following that construction, what are we proposing? We are then proposing that the current Racket Center indoor courts go back to tennis. We are then proposing to resurface the indoor tennis and outdoor pickleball to a similar cushion surface as our new facility. This is in the reserve study. This has been put off for a couple of years just because we weren't knowing what we were going to end up doing with our current pickleball courts. So we didn't want to resurface one or the other and then have to come back and resurface again, either putting pickleball lines down or taking pickleball lines up. This will not be good, would have been a good expense of the money. We want to upgrade the lighting to the current indoor courts. This was done back in November. We added a light fixture along the baselines of every indoor tennis courts. This has enhanced the viewing and the visibility for our tennis and pickleball players. And if we're going to have climate control in the new building, we better have climate control in our old building. So we recommended to go ahead and climate control our current Racket Center. Where is it going? It's going to go perpendicular to our current outdoor courts. The parking lot would then go towards just across the street from the center, down where that new lot has been cleared, right in that area. And the key point is when we first did the pickleball courts, and prepped a site adjacent to it, so that site is ready to go to put a building or to put courts on. We will only need to prep for the building itself, roughly 20% more of that space. Here's the court layout that we are proposing. So we're proposing 9 of the courts be that 34 by 64. And then we have a 10th court, the one in the top right, to be an exhibition type court. It's a little bit wider than the other ones. We could add bleachers on that court. We could do various events, special things. If we were to have a pro come in, more for lessons, for all kinds of fun stuff with that extra court. Just like our current Racket Center, there'll be a viewing in between the courts. And notice each court has their own gate, has their own access point to come in and to exit the facility. With the dividers in between, you won't have to worry about balls rolling in between your big match and have to call ball and kick it back over. And then of course we have basically a scaled down version like our current space, lobby, desk, restrooms on one side, and then a viewing area on the other right across from that tournament court. Next couple slides is a preliminary view of what the Racket Center will look like. Looks very similar to our current space. We're looking to try to keep the same look between the two. It's an overhead shot. And now the cost. So to get our cost, our team sent out roughly 8 RFPs to go over everything that we highlighted before. Court separation, the biggest court, 10 courts, 8 courts, what can you come up with? We received back 4 bids. We interviewed 4 companies. J&G put a bid in, interviewed them. We interviewed WB Court Build out of Ohio. They're the team that built Black Barn. We had them come down to interview. We had Stubbs Construction and ETC. We narrowed it down to Stubbs and ETC got our recommendation to do the construction. ETC did a great job when they came in. They came in, as Dan mentioned, they had their full army coming in. They had everyone that would be involved in the project. They were able to answer every question that we asked very directly, very honestly, and we were pleased with the answers that we received. And they also have selected their court contractor. They're going to sub out the court surfacing part. I reached out to their court contractor who is out of Chattanooga, Competition Athletic Services, Mr. Lee Murray. I've known him for several years. He does a great job, and I'm very confident that he's going to do a wonderful job on our courts as well. So the total project cost is $4,514,910. I'll break it down. Site work, $482,000. Building utilities, $361,000. The metal building and everything involved in constructing that, over $2 million. Parking lot, $292,000, and contingencies in A&E, $560,000, with its by owner cost right around $300,000. When will we start building? With approval today, we'll reach out to ETC, and their goal is to start site work and architectural drawings this quarter and next quarter of this year. Additional site work, concrete and utilities, Q2, Q3. Building erection and court construction, Q3 and Q4. Finishing up the parking lot or getting close to finishing whatever they can do in Q4. Final inspections, and then our grand opening, we hope to have this facility up and running by this time next year. They're budgeted, or will roughly be a 10 to 12 month project. That is the calendar that we were given. That's what we're going to hope to stick to. So next part, I'll have Jason speak on the financing of it.
So I guess the question remains is how do we pay for this? And in the capital budget spread out over 4 years, we allocated $2 million to the construction of the Racket Center expansion. Since that time, there has been a 102% increase in material and labor cost. That's where you're getting your $4 million number. Also with the two additions of the court, larger buildings. So that is why we are at 4.5. We will utilize our cash for the $2 million that's in the budget, and then we're going to utilize our lending partner for the additional $2.2 million on a 20-year amortization similar to the Druid Hills. It's on a rate, should it be closed today, would be 6.1%. And our principal and interest payments will be $14,000 a month. During the construction phase, the bank has agreed to, it's an 8-month build, but they've agreed to allow us to stretch our construction phase to 18 months, interest only, which will be a considerable savings. We utilize our line of credit for the cash, which we'll pay it back. And then 18 months from groundbreaking, we will go into a secured principal and interest payment with our lending partner.
Jason, while you're on that topic, Ted had asked a question about the $500,000. That was budgeted for the debt services for 2026, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it was budgeted for the debt service, not for the full cash outlay of the Racket Center expansion.
And the original $2 million was based on a very high-level study, correct?
Yeah, that was 4 years ago. The original $2 million was four years ago on a very high level. Is that right?
Basically a 10-minute phone call.
And not including the parking lot.
No parking lot, only 8 courts, very small, less
Did not
less
include
court
site
space.
work either?
No site work, no nothing, just the courts themselves, yeah.
William, I think you told us earlier the incremental usage fees would be, what was that estimate annually?
Go back to that table. The revenue you're speaking of?
Honestly, too, even with these numbers, Monica, and it's not in any charts, but there is so much latent demand. I told these folks when I come back in inclement weather, I can't get in. There's waiting lists for people that want to get court time that are unable to get court time. Do you guys feel that out there? Okay, so I think when we talk about debt service and the incremental increase, I think the added courts and the added ability for these folks to be able to get court time is going to more than pay for the additional debt
I just
debt
wanted
services.
to make sure the community got to hear the
Right.
amount.
Yeah.
that it
Yeah,
was
so we're budgeted,
and understand it.
yeah, this year, close to what we made this year, just because we don't have the number of courts, the same number of courts this year. But going into 27, we're roughly forecasted with this expansion to almost get to $300,000 in pickleball revenue, versus where we would have been right around 230,000 still. So,
And I don't want to lose sight of the value when we talk about Fairfield Glade and our amenities and being a lifestyle community and giving people choices of what amenities they take advantage of. We live in a beautiful area with a lot of golf, a lot of trails. We got And I think about this decision, I think back of future leaders of how they make that decision to build another golf course. Well, I don't know how they did it, but it was the right thing for the community and the growth and value that we all get from this community. Even though we had to pause this as we became comfortable with our new financial situation, we have to continue to invest in the things that our community wants and that brings people to the community. And Williams talked about tournaments and that sort of thing. That brings more eyes into the community and brings people that may be the future home buyers that come to Fairfield Glade.
Yeah, we want our racket sports amenities to be at the level of our golf courses, which is world class, right? So.
Ted, if you have a question, come on up because, again, we're still streaming, so.
So I'm in favor of doing racket sports and stuff, but I just have some questions. So the first is we've been bitten twice because of core samples not being done. The bocce courts, they had to dig 2 feet out, then bring 2 feet of stone in order to get a solid base. Over at Druid, there's solid rock, and we spent a lot of money to blast it out. Again, I'm not complaining about it, just is. Has anybody done any core studies here to look at the ground?
Greg Ruppert, is Greg here? Do you have any comment on that, or Dan, or anybody? This is Dan Dietz.
Hi, I'm on the committee that came up with these plans. So we have done survey, we have done a grading study, and the grading study shows that the building, there's already a graded pad that's mostly in fill where the front half of the building will go, the back half. And then the last half or so will be in fill. So we basically only need to clear down to get rid of the topsoil and unsuitable soils and come up from there. But to answer your question directly, there has not yet been geotechnical borings taken. That will happen as part of the final design because we've only gone through concept design. So that'll happen before construction.
So just so everybody knows, Dan was actually in the industry of building facilities, so.
So the second thing is, I know there's been a lot of concern about noise from pickleball stuff. Is there any kind of sound absorbing material that's going on the walls just to try and mitigate some of that?
Yeah, so it's generally not the pickleballers worried about the noise.
That are complaining about, I understand.
Usually when you hear the noise stuff, it's in communities
And
where
outdoors.
pickleball courts and outdoor courts that are near homes that you normally get that. We had it down or places in Florida where somebody in a city had shut down a couple of courts. There are communities that are doing that.
But to answer the other part of your question, yes, padding on the walls, in fact, the cushion surfacing we're going to use will help quite a bit, as well as any softening on the walls we do with curtains and or any kind of fabrics.
Well, it's just good those things are being taken into consideration.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
I'm not complaining, I'm just asking. So, the one thing though that bothers me is that there was $252,000 approved for the Racket Center in December, and there was no mention of that in the January board meeting until I asked a question about the clearing of the lot, and the response was that it was an approved item. But, communication is key here, and if you're spending $252,000 on a racket center, it seems to me like there ought to be some communication either in the president's report or the manager report letting us, the members, know what's going on. So that is my comment about a lack of communication on moving forward. Because then when you get hit with this and you see it in here, it's like a big shock. It'd be nice to know that there was something else going on. I'm not saying there wasn't.
I hear what you're saying about the December approvals and those things, but this has been on the strategic plan and the capital plan at $2 million now for at least the 3 years that I've been involved. Now, the expenditures that we had in December were approved, and whether we need to improve the communication on that, I understand what you're saying on that.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you're spending $252,000 on a particular project, the members should be informed.
I got you.
That's my point. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Tom Ratcliffe. So I too want to look towards the future. It's a big price tag, and we have a lot of uncertainty, as you've reminded us constantly. So one thing I didn't see is what was an alternative recommendation. We saw the big ticket item, the want.
He went through all the alternatives, right? The Kepler-Kriegno decision?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, on cost and what we could do maybe down the road.
Mhm.
Okay, Scott? You can let me finish. The part that really takes and concerns me is that we are in this situation, and yet it's been an automatic. Essentially, we're going to do it, and this is what they're going to come up with. Now, there's many members that we've been following what's been happening with this. We've been looking at the notes on the Racket committee and what's been happening, and that's been, well, we don't know when, we don't know when we're going to actually make a presentation. All of that stuff, and then all of a sudden, like Ted said, we're doing it. We're coming to this meeting, you're telling us, and we're doing it. Again, I'm not arguing with the fact that we need to do it. What I'm arguing about is we, the community and this board, does not have a process to go through for new amenities. A standardized process that we as members can see ahead of time. I asked early on in my questions that I sent to Greg, where's the financial pro forma? I don't see one at all. What are basic things? Like, again, we're a business, right? So what do we need to break even on it? What's our ROIs on it? None of the information that I think the board in making a decision on this should have. And then we've got site plans and everything else that we've done, and we haven't really even done our homework on soil samples and so forth. And have we used our internal staff in this and coming up with the estimate? I don't know that, if we did or didn't. So that becomes, again, the questions and things that we should have in place, the board should have in place, before you actually are voting on a proposal like this. Not to mention ensuring that you give the members adequate time to come out, see the plans, give comments before you decide. Thank you.
It was, staff was involved, as William stated earlier. We've had our project management team involved with the steering committee. I commend the work of this steering committee personally. I think they did an excellent job, and this has also been, I can say, as staff, we have negotiated and recommended, it's been reviewed by council as well, a guaranteed maximum price which was agreed to by the general contractor on the project. So any core samples in those items will be covered as part of their fee arrangement. And this was reviewed not only by and approved by the steering committee, it was taken before your finance committee, reviewed and approved by them, as well as this board. So that was the process that was gone through.
Chuck?
Okay, I'm Chuck Black. I've lived here in Fairfield Glade for 9 years. As you can imagine, the pickleball community fully supports this proposal for the expansion of pickleball courts. I know we've lost a few people, but let's just stand up for all the pickleball people here today.
Woohoo!
So 10 years ago, when the board of directors decided to build the 8 outdoor pickleball courts we have, there was a vocal portion in the community opposing the building the courts, and it was pretty controversial. Flash forward to today. Since that time, the outdoor courts were built, total pickleball has grown to a yearly revenue of about $300,000 and is one of the most popular and used amenities in Fairfield Glade. In 2026, when you include tennis, total racket sports revenue will overtake marinas in yearly revenue and become the second highest revenue producing amenity in the club, after golf. Since 2018, pickleball has averaged 56% year-over-year growth. That's like 7 years, 56%, 56%, 56%. I estimate that around 1,500 people in Fairfield Glade have played pickleball at least once. Many of this room, including my wife and I, would not be living here if pickleball had not been available in Fairfield Glade. When we were deciding where to retire, pickleball was one of our main recreational interests when we retired. As long-term board members know, as a pickleball ambassador, I have been providing pickleball growth numbers to the board for about 4 years, like Scott mentioned, with comments about the need for more courts to handle the growth we have been experiencing. So this is a welcome and needed proposal to handle the current and future growth of pickleball in Fairfield Glade. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Jerry Miller, 185, excuse me, 185 Berkshire Loop. First place, Greg, I want to just say this. I've been sitting here too long. The handout we've passed out coming in here is from the Committee for Member Awareness. And let me say this to you. You can knock it all you want, Greg, but had you and this board listened to even half of our recommendations for the last 2 years, you wouldn't ever be in a position you're in now. So I just wanted to let you know that. You can't ignore people who tried to help, but you do that unless it's one of you. And it's not fair. We have spent hours and hours and hours and hours of work recommending things from 25 on that had you even paid attention to half of it, you wouldn't be in this mess you're in right now with the membership. With that said, the Committee for Member Awareness wrote you a letter Sunday to the entire board. We said why this presentation should be delayed, or if not delayed, the CAR should not be part of it. The Committee for Member Awareness totally approves and knows the need for additional pickleball courts if we're ever going to release the Racket Center for tennis. We aren't begrudging the courts. We know you need them. We know you need maybe what you're proposing. That's not the point. Not the point at all. We are shocked at the $4.5 million price tag, which is more than twice the anticipated amount previously mentioned. Now, you addressed that a little bit. There was not any discussion of this new expenditure in the 2026 budget meeting. There's also deep concern over the status of the capital reserve account for the repair and replacement of existing capital assets, last known to be funded at 30% when the funding minimum requirement is 60%. We are recommending that the CAR be postponed. We got the presentation, but the CAR be postponed. We recommend it for one. Again, Sewer, what's the rush? Why do you propose $4.5 million proposal, lay it on us just as it is, and they want to approve $4.5 million? The 2026 Capital Reserve Study update will give us a better idea if we can ever afford this project at this time. We need to wait for that report. Provide the committee an opportunity to prepare a report on this and present it in person to the board in the next few days. There are other options and discussions that will accomplish the same purpose. The board needs to hear them and seriously weigh them before making any decision on spending $4.5 million when maybe there are other alternatives. Just listen to them. Maybe disagree with them, but you owe it to everybody to at least listen to them and provide the board a chance. Well, that's over now because you've already made the presentation. So that's our recommendation. And one more thing, I just have to say, I don't know if it's true or not, Greg. I just heard that this board no longer requires a CAR if the expenditure have been budgeted. Is that true?
Yes.
If true, I must wonder how this meets the promise of greater transparency. It also means that this $4.5 million spending project was never budgeted. I could have made comments on Candace's very good presentation on the need for a consultant, but I chose not to. For She and I have had some conversations, so.
Well, one quick conversation with you, or one quick question.
The what?
How many people are involved with the Committee of Member Awareness?
Doesn't make any difference how many are involved, does it?
I'm
Doesn't make
just ask-
it doesn't, you keep asking that, and you know how many are involved.
No, I don't. You
know
never say.
how many are involved.
I think I know, but I don't know.
You've asked the same question, Greg, 5 times. I've told you how many.
Why do you?
I'm not
why
going
do
to tell
you
you
not,
again.
Why do you not want to tell us?
What difference does it make?
All right, Greg, that's 3
What
minutes.
difference does it make?
Okay, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
How many involved here for the entire community? 7?
Thank you, Jerry. Time's up.
Thank you.
You need more members maybe, huh?
Thank you. Well, go on ahead if you want to say something about that.
Dave Henderson
Okay.
again. My comment to you is I can't wait to get you the heck out of the tennis center. Can't wait. And I'm all for it, but I'm not for that amount of money. I think it's terrible
Thank you.
that you'd spend that kind of money on something like that.
I think Jason had an answer to one of Jerry's questions here.
Yeah, in reference to the budget, it was budgeted 25 through 28. What we're doing is collapsing the amount into 26, but it has been on the 10-year capital plan.
Hi, my name is Tracy Kacharsky, and we live on Hunterwood Court. We've lived here since October, and I came from a ginormous community in Texas. It was an over 55 community, Robeson Ranch. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of them. Okay. HOA, I get it. People are, complaining about the price of pickleball courts. If you wait, the price is just going to go up. We moved here for pickleball, golf and pickleball. Pickleball is growing. I've been playing pickleball for 10 years. More courts will bring in tournaments, which will bring in revenue. You can't be upset about something that a 50-year-old woman that's been playing tennis all her life can roll to and continue to play for 25 years. I mean, it's all a good thing. So, you want to complain about the price tag, you want to complain about a lot out here. But the bottom line is, for me, it's about quality of life. And that's why we moved here, and I think that's why a lot of people live here, for quality of life. And I, for one, appreciate that you're not waiting. You keep putting it off. We're not getting any younger. You can put this off forever. If you keep putting off, we're never going to get to enjoy it. It's why we're here. We moved here. We paid our $5,000 buy-in. I pay to play pickleball. If you don't use the courts, you don't pay to play. It's just all a good thing. And I think that we're honing in on all negative stuff so much, it's ridiculous. This is a good thing. This is a good thing for the neighborhood. This is a good thing for the people that want to play. If you don't want to play, you don't go to the courts, you don't hear the noise. It's just good. And I appreciate you putting through for this. Waiting is not going to be any cheaper. And cheaper is not going to be better, because cheaper just means you're going to have to replace them later. So you need to do it right from the get-go.
Thank you, Tracy.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I've lived here for
What
8
name
years.
and address?
Name and address.
Well, I don't want anybody knowing where I live.
Uh-huh.
Mary Rochelle, I live at 355 Lake Catherine Lane in Lake Catherine Townhomes. So I've been here for 8 years, and I love it. And I've looked at a lot of places that had higher amenity fees and whatnot because, I don't golf, so why would I want to pay for golf? So pay as you go along is a great opportunity. For $137 a month, about 90 of it goes to our amenities, and the balance of it goes for your sewer and your whatever. Tell me, garbage, thank you. So for $90 a month, I can do whatever I want. I've got a couple of questions. With this proposal, why did you decide on only 10 courts? And this, just checking, but also, I would not like to see it waiting and all of a sudden our $4 million is only getting us 8 courts, kind of like the bocce ball thing, so how sure are you that it's 10 courts for $4 million.
Wait,
Somebody?
As Bill mentioned earlier, we negotiated with the team of GMP, well, that's what it's called, a 4.5, to give us everything that we presented today.
Okay.
So that's the proposal.
And this proposal does not include, I don't think, the resurfacing of the indoor or outdoor current courts. Is that correct?
That's a separate project. That's in the reserve study. That's what
Okay.
we've put off for the past couple of years. Mhm.
All right, so the bottom line is, this board seems to be, and has mentioned multiple times, that they are moving our community towards a self-sustaining entity. So we don't have to rely on Wyndham, we don't have to rely on anybody else in order to make our budget. Throwing 10 courts here will do that. We will become more self-sustaining because we've got millions of pickleball players. I got 40 people over here playing in the gym, you know. So we will switch, apparently, our stuff over to the Racket Center. My point is, if you ever want to be self-sustaining for yourselves and for your generations coming after you, they must continue to add amenities and things that will attract people. Let's just say Wyndham or nobody buys that area. The things that are going to bring people are our golf courses and our pickleball racket and somewhat our marinas. But we need to have these amenities so that we get people, forget about Wyndham for a minute, if nothing ever goes there, we've got to be able to be self-sustaining in our dues and in our community. So we're not messed up when the Wyndham leaves and all of a sudden we're $1.5 million shy. So please continue the good work that you're doing. The bottom line is we have had these people, we have voted them in. Unless it's a covenant thing, we are trusting them that they are doing the best for our community. Some may not like it, some will, but the bottom line is they don't really owe us anything in regards to making the decisions. So community of member awareness, blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is I'm trusting you that you're going to do the best for me and my children in the past as well as you and your children. So the fact that they even let us come up here and ask or talk or care about it is great. You don't have to do that. They only have to let us know by the covenants. They only have to let us have a say in the covenants like they did with the other. It's good that they're asking us, but we have to trust that they have done their due diligence in order to promote and expand our community so we're not some dead place that nobody wants to come to because we don't have anything but a couple golf courses. Which is why we keep expanding our golf courses or renovating them. So you got to do it. So thank you very much for that.
thank you.
I'm Kathleen McCarthy, 14 Eagle Circle. I've been vacationing here since before Druid Hills existed. And I've worked here. So I've seen growth. And I remember that they told us that there were going to be 5 golf courses and 7 lakes. And the developer did that over time. And that was one of the things, even though it seemed like a pipe dream, that attracted us and kept us here as a family visiting and vacationing. I've worked here in the past, during college, later as a career position, and I've always wanted to retire here. And so now I'm here, and I was thrilled when I didn't play pickleball, but I was thrilled to see the changes in the tennis complex, or what I call the tennis complex, and then the pickleball. And now that I'm here and playing, I'd like to see the continuation. And so great job, William, with you and your committee, putting this together and looking to the future, which has been the history of this community. And I think it should continue to be the future of the community, to continue to look to see how to make it better for the members. Additionally, even though we want to be self-sustaining, I think that if there is this pickleball complex built, it's going to, or even the plan to build it, it will make it more attractive to whoever's thinking about buying the timeshare development, right? And so that would be an added bonus if we get their revenue dollars coming in again. And they're not just for their dues and for playing pickleball fees, but also for all the money they spend everywhere else at all the other amenities and even the restaurants down on Peavine those dollars coming in would be a benefit. But thank you, William, for the pickleball work, and I hope it passes.
Thank you.
Beth Jones, Hickory Ridge Lane. I just have one question. Is this a guaranteed price that won't escalate like Druid Hills did?
Druid Hills, based on the build contract, has not escalated.
Not from the original.
Don't.
That's not an answer to my question. Is this going to escalate?
No,
If you delayed it a couple years, it would.
we're good to go.
Dave Henderson again, I'm sorry. I meant to put one more little object out for William specifically. William, the Racket Center right now is open from 7 to what, 7? So that's basically first shift. Why are you not opening longer than first shift to utilize the facility longer each day?
Opening earlier than 7:30?
No, if you want to do that, fine. Go later than 7 o'clock at night. If you're having problems with pickleball not being able to get in and play, extend the hours one way or the other.
We've extended hours, we've added courts, and we're still at capacity.
You haven't extended past 7 o'clock at
We've
night.
extended on the weekend.
You
We're
know,
now-
how about during the week?
We have
People
not.
here are
Our,
retired. They'll come in.
Okay.
I beg to differ.
Try it.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for comment.
That doesn't help with long-term growth, though.
All right. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? If not,
All right. Thank you, William.
thank you, William. I'm looking for a motion.
With that, I make a motion that we approve the proposal at $4,514,908 to expand our Racket Center complex with a new pickleball facility.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any other discussion at the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next time, I think we'll let the pickleball people go first. Okay. We got another piece of new business, and that's to get a new jet-back truck, wastewater car, Scott Perkins. Ah, here he comes.
Hello, and thank you for the time.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Really know how to clean a room, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Talk
I'm a
about
little bit hurt.
wastewater.
Everybody cheered when William came up. Hello? Yeah, I have no slides.
Okay.
Like that? Thank you for the time. I have today a request to replace a piece of critical wastewater equipment. The truck that we currently have is old, it's broke down. I got quotes here on a new one, and I would like to request we make this purchase.
Okay.
Scott, before I make a motion on that, could you give us just a little overview of the last one we bought, how long it lasted, how old it was, that
So
kind
the-
of thing, so the audience has an idea?
Sure. Our current vehicle is a 2009. We bought it in 2017. They have about at most a 15-year life. They don't get a lot of miles because they work inside of cities, but they get a ton of hours. We've had to do quite a bit of work on this truck previously, and it's really at the end of its useful life.
You mentioned about our group and having difficulty even getting it repaired now.
Yeah, and we have a great service team here that does all the maintenance in-house on our equipment, and they've told us that it's at the end of what they're able to do for us as well. It's broke down. It's left us on the side of the road more than once.
Any other questions?
The one we're replacing, yeah, it's a brand-new truck.
Any other?
We had- Just speak to the financials on this. This is being funded from current reserves in sewer. I should say within about $65,000, $70,000 of the amount which are currently in there for
We had
drip
so
field.
we had 425 for drip fields, and then we're getting 40,000 back in terms of a buyback. So essentially, from a unbudgeted standpoint, we're at approximately 70,000 is what's unbudgeted.
Also, going forward, lesson learned from what the prior purchase and how it was managed. We will be setting up, already have set up a reserve, just like we do for the sanitation trucks, for this particular need and vehicle going forward. So there will be $5,000 a month set aside into that designated fund within sewer, so that within 10 years, we will have the necessary dollars to purchase a new vehicle, which then will increase the residual value return on this vehicle at the end of its life for us. So we'll be in a 10-year cycle as opposed to where we've been now, waiting until it actually dies on the side of the road, so more or less.
Any other questions, comments? Looking for a motion.
I move that we approve the Jetback Trucks wastewater car for $573,855.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any other further discussion here at the board? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Successful.
Thank you very much.
Any other remarks from board members? I do want to make one. Sometimes working with agenda items are easier than others, and the sewer policy obviously was a more difficult one than most. And I want to point out, MK, I want to thank you for all the work you put in. I know there was an awful lot of it. It went back and forth. There were a lot of drafts, a lot of legal opinions. And also, Isaac, I want to thank you for bringing an alternative viewpoint to the board. It was a good discussion, and I thank also the membership. You know, everyone didn't get what they wanted today. I understand that. But it was a discussion. By and large, it was professional. There were good questions. There were good comments, and we got through it. And, you know, it's important that we have these conversations as a community. And I really do appreciate all of you that came, and appreciate a little less those that left. But certainly thanks a lot for coming, hanging in here. And again, the pickleball people, you guys were good to be supportive of what you're trying to do over there, and that makes a big difference. So that's my comments. Any other comments from the floor?
I got a couple questions on things that have kind of fallen through the cracks that we haven't heard any stuff on. Bruce Evans had talked several meetings ago about trying to get a recycling facility here within the Glade. Just curious what the status of that conversations might have been.
Bill, do you have an update?
I do not. That's really through wastewater management, the cost of it. We are still going to be looking at it, but it would be networked with the county as far as creating a new sit. I do not know that is on the county's agenda.
That was one, just as a general thing, I appreciate the TVs, but you got a giant screen back there behind you that would have been wonderful to have a projector showing those things so people could see the presentations today. So I would recommend, if you do this format again, that we use that screen. And then the electronic sign at Four Corners.
I'm sorry, what?
The electronic sign at Four Corners, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
What is its status? Is it up and working, or soon to be, or?
It will soon be up and working, yes.
Soon, couple weeks, couple months?
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
our staff is working with the IT firm on getting up to speed on the technology. There has been a couple little snafus, but I worked through those. So they've been getting trained and up to speed on utilizing it. So it will be quite soon, yes. But I can't give you a date.
All right, I like the rock work that's been put around the base of it, but there's a pile of scrap rock or that's there. Can that be picked up and moved? Because it just doesn't look very good. I know you're going to not do grass and stuff until the weather turns, but that rock
Yeah,
pile's
I
just
don't
sitting
know
there.
the status. We did not do that construction work, but I'll find out if it's still awaiting some type of inspection or what have you. I don't know if.
It looks
Ellen,
like
you
it's
can provide
chips
any
that they
update on
cut
that?
and just left there.
But that was put in by the clerk.
And the last thing, there's, the dead evergreens over on the area that is Peavine and Catoosa, and there's like 8 dead evergreens. Are there plans to replace that, and when would that be done?
There are plans to do that after completion of the EMS building.
Okay, hopefully that's not going to be in the middle of the summer when we get the sun baking on them again.
No.
Okay. That was pretty much what I had, other than just several years ago, maybe 4, the board was very happy that we finally got rid of all of our debt. And now we're with the 16 million for the Druid, the 4.5 million for this project, and the 3.2 for the fire station. We're almost at 1 year's annual budget amount for expenses. I understand we need to spend money, but does that put us in any kind of jeopardy if the economy goes south and we need to get additional loans for stuff to carry us through?
So we have emergency loans in place, lines of credit that we have not accessed. We've already secured ourselves in reference to any type of severe downfall, whether it be COVID or something of that sort. From a debt service coverage standpoint, the principal and interest payments are very low and in line with our spend on the POA and amenity side. And from a debt to equity ratio, we're way below 1, which is the marker for health. So the bank, I've done loans for 30 years, CPA. I've never had a loan approved this fast from a bank. It was 45 minutes.
We're not borrowing on the whole 4.5 either.
Yeah. It's really 2 million.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
For the Racket Center expansion, we're not borrowing for the whole 4.5.
No, we're doing 50% loan to value. Everything's within tolerance and guidelines and healthy.
All right, well, just kind of was a big number all of a sudden that we're doing 3 major projects at once. Thank you. And thank you for all your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good afternoon. I'd like to speak. My name is Joe Fitzgerald on Trentwood Drive. I'd like to speak about something that we haven't heard about too much today, policies and roads. First of all, I want to thank the board for their involvement with the county and the progress being made on the road maintenance situation that's being done right now at the Glade. I think a second step to what you've already undertaken is that the road policy needs to be revised and looked at. Essentially, the road policy needs to have us mention things such as how roads are selected for repair and paving, the criteria used to make those selections. It will help with the communication of the residents to identify which roads will be addressed in the current year, and a process to inspect and formally accept the completed work. What I handed out to you on page 2 is, from what I understand, the current criteria used to make decisions on which roads in the Glade are being paved in the current year. In my estimation, that is about as subjective as a criteria that I've ever seen. Okay, it doesn't address the fact about roads in the scoring system. Item number 5 on that is just arbitrary, and it's, my estimation, not very professional. I also showed you two copies of street layouts in the Glade. Those 2 roads have been recently paved last fiscal year. And then when I looked at them, when I look at the criteria, neither one of those roads conformed to any part of the criteria that was given to me. Both of those roads have cul-de-sacs. Cul-de-sacs, when people talk about cul-de-sacs, they always talk about, oh, I live on a cul-de-sac because it's a private road. I don't have any traffic, my kids can play, et cetera, and I accept that. But when it comes to making decisions about which roads are to be paved due to usage and all of that, the last type of road that should really be addressed are the cul-de-sacs for the fact of total amount of usage. Second of all, on both examples of the roads that I picked out, neither one of them come under the 20/80 rule. Everybody's aware of the 20/80 rule? Yes?
No.
No. 20/80 rule says that 80% of the road has to be occupied by housing before they would look at paving the road. Okay? The road has been turned down and not done supposedly for that reason. Now, it'd be hard for you to explain to me how the traffic and the wear and tear on the road on Trentwood Drive compares to those 2 cul-de-sacs. One cul-de-sac has only like 12 houses, and there's more unoccupied there's more lots than anything. All right. What I'm asking is the policy committee. There is a road policy. I think it was done in 2012. The fact that we spend $700,000 a year, okay, not only do we have to have a MOU with the county, but we also have to have processes and policies in place to make sure that that money is spent efficiently. What I've demonstrated to you tells me that neither one of those has happened, all right? When somebody called me and told me about those 2 cul-de-sacs, and I don't understand it, except that they have a very nice private road, all right?
And about 1 more minute.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Oh, I find exception to that.
Yeah, you're already at 4, so and we're going over. Go ahead, finish what you're saying.
All right, what I'm asking the board is the policy committee to review the 2017 road policy and include road assessment, road picking, to verify that the work has been done and done correctly. I think in the end, it'll strengthen decision-making, promote responsible use of our funds, keep the community properly informed, and reduce perceptions of subjectivity when we go and select roads. And I've also requested that Trentwood Drive be revisited, because after these storms and this freezing and all of that, it's only getting worse. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the floor? Okay. We'll get you second, okay? No, you're first.
I've never attended a meeting so long in my life. Okay, my name is Debbie Tenacia. I live at 31 Woodland Terrace. And Bill Ward, you stated earlier that the bar at Druid Hills was being put in and worked on now. I'd like to know if this bar is being built in accordance with state and federal ADA requirements, whereby on new builds, 5% of the bar, the new bar must be handicap accessible, which requires 5% of the bar to be set aside for wheelchairs, scooters, or even allowing for table height seating. Is this being done?
The ADA, as told to us by the architect, is that reasonable accommodations are allowed. They're not guaranteed that you have seats at the bar as long as there are accommodations in the area that is open for use. So tables meet that criteria.
That's not true on a new build, okay? I'll bring you the law if you want me to.
Sure, that would be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Patricia Tomchek, 33 West Ridge Circle. I sent out Monday to all the board members an email. I hope you all received it from me, and a copy of the offenses against the peace and quiet from Crossville, an exhibit for your review. Okay. My reason, my
Speak into
request.
the microphone there.
You just have to have it close
There
to
you
you.
go.
My request is if the board would please consider changing section 12, the nuisance code, whatever, to be more specific about nuisances and put time elements into this. Reason why we are requesting this is we have encountered a noise situation since March of 2025. We have contacted the Fairfield Glade Police Department on numerous occasions since then, last being February 2nd, 2026. The Fairfield Police, as well as Chief Kate, I was hoping she was still here, have told us that Section 12 is pretty much meaningless. It gives them no guidelines in order to enforce any complaints against noise violations, because none of the violations are listed in here, and there's no time constraints. Especially Chief Kate said, if you talk to the board, give them some information to help you with your cause, it'll help them to try to enforce and protect peace and quiet in Fairfield Glade, not only for myself and my husband, but for all people that have come against being disrupted from peace and quiet, especially from the hours. We have been, after 9:30 at night to almost 11:30 at night, we have encountered live music coming across the fairway. We live on the 18th fairway. Some of you experience fairway noises. It can be quite loud. Our windows are closed, and we can hear music coming through into our bedroom, and it has waken us up. So I would sincerely hope that you consider it. Hopefully it won't cost the board anything, and everybody will benefit from this.
Well, let me speak to that a little bit, because I've dealt with 2 or 3 groups about the same kind of thing. First of all, we're in an unincorporated portion of the county. The county has no nuisance laws.
Correct. Yes.
The city does, Crossville.
Yes.
And I can't remember the hours. used to know that, but I can't remember.
Crossville is from
It's like 10
11 to 7
11
in
to
the morning.
5 or something like that?
11 to 7 in the morning.
7, okay. And I've talked to them about that. They have a little bit hard time being able to enforce it. The truth is that the nuisance regulations that you're talking about are in Article 12 of the CNRs, not the bylaws. Now, I'm not saying no, we'll talk about it, but the CNRs require a vote of the whole community. So that's going to be a longer thing. There are timeframes and everything that we have to look at in order to publish it, let people know about it, and have extended times for a vote. So this is not going to happen overnight. I will make sure that we put it on an agenda to talk about, but don't think it's going to happen quickly, okay? If at all. Because everyone I've talked to, including the mayor, including the mayor of both Crossville as well, it's a very difficult topic because what one person may think of as noise, another person thinks of as not noise. And again, a lot of this, and I'm just trying to be real plain. I had a situation at my house where it was one of those situations where a person put out a bright light in the backyard and it shined right in my bedroom. It was like a locomotive coming through. And the real thing that I did, and it worked, is I just went over and told the guy, I said, we got a problem. We got to work with this. And sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. But just know that this is not a quick fix, okay?
That's very disheartening because the Fairfield Glade, one officer did go over and talk to the resident. I don't want to go into detail about it, but it wasn't a very good encounter for the police officer. And he said, the gentleman will stop with his speakers being thrown over towards your house, over the fairway. He said it may happen just for tonight, but he said it won't stop, and it hasn't stopped. Okay. So you can talk to people all you want, but until there's something written that the police can enforce, it's not going to stop.
And I'm just saying that we haven't talked about this as a board. We will.
I hope so.
But it's not going to be a quick fix at all.
Which course?
I mean, the minimum amount of time you're talking about is at least 180 days.
Well, that gets right into the summer, and that's when this is all going to start up again.
Okay.
18 on the Bray, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you take a look at surrounding communities, they all have a noise ordinance. We call it here in the Glade a nuisance, but there is nothing really spec'd out as far as what the nuisance is, how many decibels. Some have, there's one community that says if it goes beyond your property line, you can get in trouble, which I think that's a little bit overboard. But there are some that go from, well, 24 hours you can't make noises. Others are 11 till 7, some are 10 till 6. But the cities and towns around here have noise ordinances.
Yeah, the difference there is that the cities and towns are governing bodies, okay? We are not. So we have to follow our CNRs because that's where this nuisance policy is talked about. So we'll talk about it and we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, that's why I would appreciate if we could do something with the CNR because it's real vague.
I understand.
Yep.
I understand.
Thank you.
When was the last time anybody took a look at that? The section 12? The one sentence? Probably.
No idea.
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
No idea.
Well,
I wouldn't know.
we would appreciate if you would really consider
All right.
this. And if
All
a
right,
vote,
thank you.
I think the community would appreciate a vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another one I don't recognize without his hat.
I'm Terry Hanna. I live at 24 Conrad Circle. I really came here for pickleball, as you might imagine, but I learned a whole lot about sewer lines during the course of the day. And I just have to say, my heart went out to some of the builders who had invested money based on the current policy, guidelines, practices, or whatever. And so I understand that the policy has changed and that they still have the right to come to you for approval for that. So I would just ask you to follow the golden rule when they do and say, hey, I want to do unto them like I would if it was me. And it's almost like a grandfather situation in my mind, that they made decisions with their time and money based on the current rules, and now they've changed. So please show some compassion to them in the future when they come forward.
Thanks, Terry.
Any other comments? I can't, oh, I thought we were done, but we're not.
So I couldn't help but his comment in coming before you. So you've made exceptions? you've made exceptions to the policy in the past. If they come to you, you have that ability
The board
to grant
controls
it.
sewer.
Right. You have that ability to do it. My only concern about the fact that you can do it is the fact that you're setting legal precedent every time you do it. So you're going to be a little bit more cautious. And so I just get concerned that you're saying to those builders, come to us. Okay, come. But we don't know what Mr. Chadwell is going to say at some point in time where it starts to get a concern. So that's my only caution. That's my fear. And the last part that I was going to get up for, and Scott, you can turn your timer off, was Bruce Evans, wasn't Bruce leaving at the end of February? Was I incorrect, or am I incorrect?
Through May.
Through May. Thank you.
He is working remotely now. The reins have formerly been, he's there on an advisory level, but Harry Hibbs is over community maintenance and project management, and Scott Perkins is over wastewater.
Okay, but he was originally, I think you said May.
He has been very accommodating
He's
to the
retired for the
club.
last 2 years,
But
Right.
he drew the line in the sand, and we all agreed that May would be his end. And he's been very supportive and helpful in the transition of leadership, and very grateful to him.
Exactly, and I just don't want us to forget about him.
No.
It goes into the waste.
No, Bruce wouldn't let
Thank
us
you.
do that. I'm just kidding.
Don't
Thank you.
leave.
Appreciate your thoughts.
We may need votes here. Oh,
I have
okay.
a quickie.
Yeah.
Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
even though you did not agree with the majority of people, sorry, I'm usually loud. Even though you did not agree with the majority of people on the sewer revision, you at least made us feel like you valued our opinion and you were willing to give this issue more attention. I personally appreciate that.
Thank you.
Another quickie, the electric sign at Four Corners, can someone please tell us who paid for it?
I think we have all that.
Both did.
What was that?
Yeah, both did.
Both did. It was a mutual.
Mutual
the Dick
between
Yeah.
Anderson, like a half and half split?
I don't know what it was, half and half, but
It
it's
was.
the same agreement. A lot of the enhancements at the Grove, we have an agreement that we share some of the expenses on
Okay.
improving that.
And is that little piece of property ours now, the community club, or is it still
No,
Tom's?
it's owned by Tom.
The
You own
land,
the land?
they own it.
Okay. And Jason, the way you presented it sounds like you're comfortable with our financial situation? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
Are you ready to go?
I never thought we'd get to this point today, but I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Better not say anything.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming.